T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, main engine start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in estimate. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
Watching. Who's watching me?
I might open my eyes and find someone standing there. morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Yeah, screw them. Oh, man. Joe's over here killing me. But Donkey Kong's like DOJ investigation song for the dark pools. Yeah, that's it certainly matches up with that, doesn't it? It really does matches up. It matches up really well with it. Let me see if I can find this real quick here. I think everybody and their brother tweeted it to me last night. Let's see if I can find it. Where is it? Where did it go? Oh, this is it. So in case you guys didn't know, regulators probe block trading at Morgan Stanley, Goldman, other Wall Street firms. This article came out at 7:46 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on the 14th. I'm probably going to get locked behind a paywall here, but federal investigators are probing the business of block trading on Wall Street, examining whether bankers might have improperly tipped hedge fund clients in advance of large share sales, according to people familiar with the situation. The Securities and Exchange Commission sent subpoenas to firms including Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs Group Incorporated, as well as several hedge funds, asking for trading records and information about the investors' communications with bankers, some of the people said. Yep, somebody's always watching me. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. I was talking to my mom yesterday, guys. I was talking to her. I said, um, she goes, why do she goes, don't you think that the DOJ and the SEC would already be looking into this stuff if they knew? I mean, obviously they've got to have like computers that see all the weird pattern trading and all that kind of stuff, and surely they must be detecting. And I said, I think they do. I think they absolutely do know. But sometimes they turn a blind eye until somebody says something. They're not going to have to act on it because there's no records telling them that they need to. And Otto said that investigation might take years, though, and absolutely right. So when I said to you guys the other day, about what we're seeing with BlackRock and Vanguard, with them still loaning out their shares even though they dumped off like more than like basically like 3/4 of their entire accounts. That's going to be later down the road, guys. Like, we don't need to talk about that. I mean, we can talk about it, but we don't need to act on it. There's nothing we need to act on right now because it's going to take a long time, and we don't want to get tied up in litigation. We just don't. It's time to clean these glasses here. I don't have the video on today. Somebody's always watching me. I felt like having a dark day today. You know what I mean? Starting it off dark. Today's a dark day. You can hear my voice. It's enough, right? We're going to cover the 5 whys later. We're going to cover the 5 whys. But I think in the industry that I worked in, whenever somebody had a problem, whenever something happened and, somebody made a mistake, they put together a team and they'd go through the 5 whys to figure out the root source of the problem to try and fix it. And I'm going to take what I know and I'm going to transfer it to you guys. So we're going to sit down. I'm going to cover with you guys my 5 whys. I don't think I've ever written them down. I actually, they're not written down in front of me right now either. So we'll go through it. I'm going to sit here and I'm going to go through my 5 whys. And I'll tell you why that's important. Why number 1? Why is that important? It's important because it helps you to identify why you're here, what you're doing. And every time you have those doubts, or every time you have a problem with your play that you're in, you need to cover your 5 whys and understand what your main purpose or main goal is. Why are you here? So we'll take a look at that, and we'll go over that a little bit later this morning. But first thing we got to do, like normal, is cover our stats. So let's go over our stats. Let me log into Fidelity real quick here. I'll get the camera going later when I come back. I really do like my dark mornings. Maybe I should just make it a tradition. The first part of the morning, dark. Fun fact, I just realized that my security code for Fidelity for my 2-factor authentication is 6 numbers. Fun fact for you guys that didn't know this, the reason phone numbers are 7 digits long is because they did research to find out what the average person could remember, and 7 was the magic number. I don't know if it's true. I just read it on the internet somewhere. Doesn't it ever feel like that? Like you don't really know if things are true anymore? It's just what you read. Like, I think one of the ones for me recently was I was like, enough talk. Let's see utilization. Okay, Otto, let's do it. Let's just dive into it. I'm monologuing anyways. All right, price predictions for the day, guys. Let's see. I had 20 to 23. I was wrong. Eric had 17.5 to 25. He got a point. Keto, who's covering for Duncan, said 16.5 to 19.5. He got a point. Monty said 17.5 to 25. He got a point. So we got 3 points. I'm the only one without a point this morning. So go figure. Oh, look, hey, I'm on camera, guys. Hey, here I am. Let's see here. Let's reset these tally points. Monty gets to keep the 1 that he has. Eric is gonna go back down to 1. Those are most of these points, guys, are all from last week. I get to keep my 0. I need to get on the ball. I need to get back on the ball on this price prediction stuff because I'm really just sucking tailpipe. Short exempt volume. Let's take a look at it. $93.1 thousand. Utilization. 100%. Day over day price, negative 5.64. We had 2 out of 3 being green. It was so close. Looking pretty good in the pre-market though right now. It's kind of interesting turnaround. Going down to the off exchange, let's take a look and see what the final numbers were for yesterday. We had 55.09 and 13.05. Let's see what the final numbers were. 56.67, which is like almost 5% higher than the 30-day average, and 11.89, which is almost a percent lower. Those are massive numbers in the off exchange. The price discovery that was hidden yesterday was absolutely massive. 5% more is, I think, pretty significant. When you add up the total amount of between the two, you get 68.3 ish. That's high. Like a normal average day would be about 64. 68, almost 70. It's getting really close to 70%. Them some high numbers. As you can see down on Orcatex, that is updated and correct information. That utilization is at 100%. We have estimated current short share interest of the free float this morning at 21.5%. We'll take a look more at some more of the data here. Institutional ownership. I got a message from Israel this morning. First thing when I woke up, he's like, "What is this? Institutional ownership." Watch this, guys. You ready for this? Here we go. It was 180.5, almost 180.6 million yesterday. Let's see what it is now. 188.7. Oh, I don't have the breath for that laugh. Ooh, that kind of hurt my chest a little. Oh man, 188.706. Well, I guess we have another new all-time high. Erase. 188.706. So when I started tracking this, guys, the institutional share ownership back in, I want to say it was like mid to late. I should have wrote down the date, and I never did. But when I first started tracking it, was 138 million. So we're now at approximately about 50 million shares higher than what we were when I first started tracking it. I didn't write the date, but I'm pretty sure it was either the end of November or the beginning of December that I first started tracking. I'm going to pull up a quick, well, I'll pull up the chart here in just a minute onto the side. Let's see here. I think this is kind of an interesting chart that you guys will want to see in institutional ownership. I love misreporting. Max Pain. Max Pain for the day today is, drumroll, I'm going to say 20. Nope, still 19. I thought, why not? 19 or 20. It's still 19 for the day today, so no change. Monday, Tuesday, 19. And options. Let's take a look there. All right, our lottery ticket winners at an $85 strike price. Yesterday there was 35.3 thousand of them. Today there's 37.7. Wow. There's a really big range on open interest. So highest amount of open interest, obviously at the $85 strike price, but I'm not going to count the lottery ticket winners. But the highest amount below that, I can't even get on the same page for you guys to see at the same time. But at a $20 strike price for the calls, yesterday there was 20.4 thousand contracts. Today there's 22.2. And on the put side at $10, yesterday there was 17.6. Today there is 18.1. So it's really signaling, like, as far as interest goes, between the average amount of highest amount of volume, strike price, and the low, we're looking at 2010. So a targeting of 15 for the end of the week is what it's looking like. At least that's what the options are signaling for. We'll see. I mean, we're definitely higher than 15, and our max pain is much higher too. Kind of interesting to see what's going to happen with those $10 strikes. More open interest, just stacking, or short interest rather, stacking. Moving on. Let's take a look at Ortex. I kind of miss. I got to tell you guys, I really do kind of miss calculating out what our total utilization available amount of shares versus how much is left to borrow. I miss calculating it out, but whenever you have utilization at 100%, Your shares on loan is how many are available and how many are left. So I can't calculate anything anymore. It's kind of a little depressing. There you have it, though. There's our. We're now on officially a week straight of 100% utilization. 1 week straight. You know, when you were a kid, when you used to celebrate like week-long anniversaries with your girlfriends, and a month. Oh, we made it a month. Yep, that's what it feels like. 1 week, 100%. Let's take a look at those shares on loan, though. Yesterday, the final number for Ortex was reporting 2.17 million. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and pull my cheat sheet over just for a second here, just to show you guys. The total amount of shares was 2.17 borrowed. So let's go ahead and change that. Also, the 4.6 that we saw him borrow through Stonko Tracker. And then I need to change this number. All right. So here's our on loan amount. Taking a little bit of a dip because it was higher, a little higher yesterday. We had 123.2 yesterday. Now it's 122.18. So interestingly, right, its borrowed change amount was up, which what that tells me, guys, is that if the borrowed change goes up but the on loan amount goes down, then that means that the borrowing amount was for short interest. That's the only answer. It's the only thing it could be. So short interest is stacking up, and we can look at the estimated short interest of the free float. Let's zoom in on this just a tad. But it actually shows a decrease, just ever so slightly, in estimated. And here's our on loan average age per day. Let me resize this just a tad so we get a better look. There we go. Okay, this is a really interesting number. So on loan amount went down, and so did on loan average age per day, which tells me that they had to have closed some positions. Because you can't have on loan amount go down and on loan average age per day go down unless you're closing out some really old positions. Well, we'll see. It's still dropping down. We'll see where it gets to the bottom. It's a little bit of a red flag right there. Just a little bit of a red flag. Just seeing it, I mean, it's just ever so slightly. They only closed, you know, as far as shares on loan goes, it only went down like 1 million shares basically. And then the estimated short share interest of the free float, we're actually looking at it as estimated short interest. That took a dip from 110.79 to 110 less than a million, like 500,000 shares. So I mean, if there was a bit of a closing, it was very, very small, super small. have to keep an eye on those numbers. The data that I wanted to show you guys was this one right here. Hold on a second. This is Fintel with the institutional shares long, and this is just kind of fun to look at. How it's grown from basically June. Institutional share ownership. There's only been one dip, which was this one right here, and it's just increasing ever since. Pretty crazy. We must be doing something right if they're buying too, or at least, or they're just as dumb as we are. Not sure which. Orders by Fidelity customers for volume this morning. AMC and GME not in the top 10. AMC coming in at 14th. Our total buy to sell ratio was 64-36 yesterday at the end of the day, which is those are good numbers. Let's see if GME ever made it back onto the list. They did. They made their 30th today in volume. They had a 65-35 buy to sell ratio yesterday. Not bad. Trigger price for SSR is 15.98. We'll move that here. We'll move that field glow post here in just a minute. Post, don't you know? Let's see here. Shares borrowed this morning. So you got 4.7 there, 4.7. So we're already at 4.7 million just having looked there. And then you got another 300,000 here. So 5 million shares having been borrowed so far this morning. Oh, and I forgot about these. Those aren't worth counting. All right, 5 million shares borrowed this morning. Yesterday it was a total of 4.6. 5 million is definitely above average. I would say 4.5 is kind of an average number for what we've seen in the past. Let's see how our volume's doing over here. What's volume doing? 58.8, kind of low volume this morning. Eastern side of the world. Eastern side of the town was. I don't know the lyrics. Green. It was all green out there. In fact, there were some high numbers. That might have to be tomorrow's song. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna play. Yeah, that will be tomorrow's song. I already know tomorrow's song. Just decided. Let's see here. What do we got going on? I have to be awake and stuff. IWM is up 1.78. Tesla is up 3.25. Amazon is up 2.12. Cinemark is up 2.79. Doge is up 2.91. Bitcoin is up 3.92. GME is up 2.47. Hood is up 3.22. And we are up 3.55. What is going on? What the heck is going on? Why is there so much green? What is happening? Kind of weird. Kind of weird. Our inflow versus outflow ended up the day being more of an outflow than inflow, which was kind of weird because we were leading most of the day with more inflow than outflow by about 400,000 shares, or sorry, $400,000. Not very much of a difference. Our total volume yesterday was lower than what I anticipated or predicted, and that kind of ticked me off a little bit. But I'm determined to get back on this volume and price predictions here. Got to get back on track. On the daily, We have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.73. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.09. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 55.38. On a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 54.56. So we kind of tried it. We kind of traded a little bit of an uptrend. We had a little bit of a launch in the after hours last night, and then it came back down just a tad and closed out fairly nicely, a bit higher than what we had closed at for the day yesterday, and then just opened up really super strong. Had a run till about 10 minutes before I should have started the show, 15 minutes, and then we had another run up, and here we are, trading up 3.61%. Nice little move. Trying to make up for yesterday. We know, Kenny. We know. Brian says, interesting that $18 plus 400% equals $72, which is an all-time high. Is that how margin requirements usually work? Where's the 400% coming from? Good morning, WM. Let's see here. Let's go to info on SSR for the day today. Let's move that. Let's move those goalposts. The SSR for the day. Let's see if I can actually get it on the screen here. There it is. 1598. Let's move that goalpost. All right, let me see what your message is, Proud Dad. Casey Shaw sent you Mama's mashed potatoes recipe. Also, did you see that E-Trade confirmed on the phone that they require 400% margin to short AMC? Okay, that's where the 400% came from. Got it. I did not know that, but that is interesting. That is very interesting. Hmm. I don't know. That's very interesting. I have to do this math here, I think. Yeah. Sure enough, 73.48. Very interesting. Well, I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see. We'll see what happens when this thing starts moving upwards. Moving on up. Uh-oh. I'm gonna forget the song that it. Hold on a second. If I don't write this down, I'm gonna forget the song that I. If I put another song in my head, I'll forget it. Hold on a second. 4 minutes till the pokey stick. Thank you, Tim says. The best theme song is Sanford or Sons or Dukes of Hazzard. There's supposed to be war scheduled. We have scheduled war starting tomorrow. Mark it on your calendar. I find it, I guess I'm not really laughing at the fact that there's going to be war. I'm laughing at the absurdity of forecasting war in advance. Um, I think this is just a different day and age that I'm living in. Communications are so strong nowadays and so prevalent that trying to hide something anymore, like war, is probably non-existent. And so, it's just kind of one of those things. Oh, okay, 2 weeks from Texas. They rescheduled for 2 weeks. But I mean, it's just, it's just kind of like one of those things now where it's like, we have to schedule it now. It's, put it on your calendar. We're going to war. Putin canceled? Putin's putting? Let me see. Let me see here. Some Russian forces near Ukraine return to bases. Some Russian forces near Ukraine return to bases. Live news. Some troops in Russia's military district adjacent to Ukraine return to their bases. Interesting. So were they just posturing? 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume coming in here, really strong and heavy. But let's see if the volume's actually there. 82. We have positive green volume here. It's more than doubling today, so I think maybe a green day today might be a possibility. Statistically, let's take a look at those numbers that I've told you guys in the past. Statistically speaking, if we've had a red day on a Monday, we have a 19% chance of having a green day today. So it's kind of low. It's like a 1 in 5 chance. So it's definitely a reversal if we see green, in my opinion, because it's the weaker of the two. Take the strong hand. It's definitely the weaker of the two. We have a 27% chance if it was a green day on the day before in trading. So big percentage differences. I got it. I got you, Jojo. Yeah, I mean it's if that's what truly is the case, then that could be why everything is green. Makes sense. Steven says 71 million shares of volume. I'm gonna go 30-50. I feel like I'm being generous. 30 to 50 million volume today. Father says I wouldn't play the rocket sound today. Uh-oh. Oh, Father. That sounds scary. What you got, buddy? Is this the kitchen? Is today the kitchen sink? That big candle right there? MCON is our typical 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. Nothing unusual. Nothing unusual. Well, that's really good news. I'm really happy to hear that that they've de-escalated the standoff or the war. Uh, that would have been a first scheduled war. Oh, Anthony, you're just trying to start trouble. Come on. Come on now. Father says 2 weeks. But you gotta make it say you gotta make me say it twice, Father. 2 weeks. 2 weeks. You say it like a parrot. Father. Guys, welcome, Father. You guys remember we went to his channel to what do they call that? Flash mob. Flash mob. His father was, I think he might have been it was either the first or the second. I think he might have been the second one that we went to. Oh man, everybody loved it, Father. They thought you were great. You were a trooper. There were some people out there who I think short the VIX right after it was really funny, Father. Right after I think it was short the VIX, but somebody can correct me if I was wrong. We show up on his channel and Joe, one of the guys in here, Joe goes in there and he spams 2 weeks, and he instantly gets a ban. Like uh, short the VIX was just like, oh hell no, and he like bans them, and then and then and then all of a sudden everybody else started spamming 2 weeks. And so he just started getting his whole comment section, and you know how it is. His whole comment section just started blowing up with 2 weeks, and he's like, "Oh wait, something's going on here." and then he unbanned Joe. And it was funny. It was funny. I don't think we ever went back and told Short the Vix what was happening or why it was happening. Um, but by far, Father, you were the funniest. You were great. You were a good. You were definitely a champ. Trey had me in a timeout after 3 spams. Did you guys see that Trey picked up his phone and started to take a picture? He took a picture. I'm pretty sure that Trey took a picture of the 2 weeks thing going through the comment section. And it was funny because he started to crack a smile. It's like you could tell he knew something was happening, right? Like he smiled. He knew something was going on, and that was about the best, the best reaction that we could have gotten. Just getting him to crack a smile is kind of funny. Nosa's like, yeah, it's 2822 video at 6:34. You guys want to relive the moment? We could spend a few minutes reliving the moment. TMI, man. You can't phase that guy. That guy's like, oh no, 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 no. It was True Demon. It was True Demon that was the one that we couldn't get. Like we got zero reaction out of those guys. Absolutely zero reaction. All right, we'll go back. we'll go back here for just a second. We'll go back to where Nosa said at 2/8/22. We'll relive the moment.
You've talked a lot about things you.
We'll relive the moment for just a second here. Nosa's like, hands down, one of the best moments. She watches it over and over. $6.34. I still need to put together like a snippet of that whole thing. 6:34. It's man. I hate hearing myself. But we can have fun. We could definitely have fun. Let's see who could we do. Let me see who we got live right now. Let's see here. Who did we go to first? I don't remember who we went to first.
TWE's live.
Oh, we did TWE
Father's
first.
live.
That's right. We did TWE
Okay.
first. Let's go hit TWE first. We'll go hit TWE. Like watch his viewership just like skyrocket. I don't remember TWE.
Guys, that's too much. That was really funny.
I don't remember TWE's reaction.
Oh, I love it. We just all go spam 2 weeks.
Oh, was the sound not
He's
playing?
gonna wonder what the hell's going on. Here
Oh,
it comes. He's like, 2 weeks. He just said it like a bear. He said it like a parakeet.
Oh, I can't hear it that easy.
He sounds like a parakeet. 2 weeks.
The volume
2
was
weeks.
down.
I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. He said 2 weeks, 2 weeks like a parakeet. Oh man, 2 weeks, 2 weeks.
Man, you guys were just spamming it. It was crazy.
Oh my god, that was funny.
That was really good. I wish the sound would have been higher on his voice. It kind of sucks. I didn't realize it was so low. Yeah, I'm not a sound. I used to be a sound technician, but I'm not now. Good morning, Machete. Machete. I love your laugh when you really chuckle. Thanks. It was fun. It was a really fun day when we went around and did that. We'll have to do it again sometime. I think the best time to do it is when everybody's you don't want to do it on a day where we have like just extreme amounts of red, right? Like that's tension's too high, right? You don't want to go in, you got to read the room. You don't want to go in there blasting 2 weeks when there's nothing but red, but we'll do it again though. Yeah, the best part was when Father read like every single one of the comments. It was great. Father says, I just wanted to say the only example of UTAD I could find was the 2003 crash, and just remember Casey's experience with selling and thinking about getting back in. I mean, these are violent. They are. They are very, very violent, and they happen like so suddenly and so quickly. Um, I remember 2001 and 2008 very, very well. Actually, I feel like it might have been like more 2009, but I can't remember which was which. I feel like it was the market then the house. I just remember the house was more painful. The house was more painful because I had to. I'd already learned my lesson on not moving your money when the market crashes. But there was nothing I could do with the house I was trying to sell at the time. So the house hurt worse, and that was more towards the end of like actually it was around 2010 really. But yeah, Future Whale said 2000. I think it was 2009. So, but yeah, biggest lessons I learned was buy and hold. It never changes, guys. It never really changes. If you're gonna continue to buy through a market crash, you just hold. You don't move. You keep everything where it's at, and then you redistribute whatever you're putting in new. You don't change anything up because that realized loss isn't actually realized until later, and those more than likely the companies that you're invested in will rebound by the time the market comes back around, however many years it takes, 3, 4, 5. So if you're not close to retiring, it's not going to be the end of the world. You know what I mean? It's like it'll rebound, and you'll be way better off than you were if you had tried to realize some of the loss and move to a different position, because there is no safe position. In a market crash, it's either take losses or don't. And there is no try to find something that makes money. It's just take losses or don't. Um, it's really cutthroat. There's a cut with the 2 weeks on YouTube. Laugh out loud. I just saw it for the first time. Oh, really? There's a cut of that? That's cool. I wonder who posted it. That's really cool. We had TJ, Thomas James. He covered that DD that I had. Oh, did I show you guys the 13F? Wait, was that yesterday or today? I can't remember when that was. Oh, yes. Let's check the 13Fs real quick here. Father says, you know how you can write off 3,000 a year from previous losses? I'll be dead before I get there because of one of those. Yeah. Let's check this out real quick. Let's see those 13Fs real fast here, and let's see what's going on. Let me take the info off the screen here, and let's see if we got the 13F for BlackRock. No, okay, so we do have a couple. There's only about, oh, gosh darn it. We only have about 3, 4, 5, 5. Okay, this is the Jane Street one. I knew it. I knew it. These bastards. They bought calls. Jane Street Group they did definitely sell some shares here. Shares changed. Okay, they're showing that they only added shares. I'm almost positive this means Jane Street was part of that group. So there were 3 big ones, I think. I think Jane Street was one of them. BlackRock was another. And Vanguard was the third. And I think there might have been others as well, but the 3 really big holders in November were those 3. It was Jane Street Group, BlackRock, and Vanguard. So we've got Vanguards and we've got Jane Street with their 13Fs. I like how they're saying that we bought more shares. We didn't sell anything. Sure you didn't. You just didn't have to file a 13G because you didn't buy 5% of the company. I'm not buying this. I'm not buying this at all. Look how overhedged they are. They have 13.7 million shares in contracts to 3.2 million shares in puts. They're definitely heavily long on this. Yeah, BlackRock's, they should have to file. It should come through today. Because I think if I had to count out the days, they're due 45 days after the end of the quarter. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 7 weeks is the 19th. That would be 49 days right there, right? Is my math right? Minus 5, right? 4. Minus 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, today was the 15th. Today should be the final day for the 13Fs. So we better see BlackRock's in today. Oh yeah. So Steven said apes no. I'm gonna type that one in. I like that one. So yesterday when we ended the day, guys, what we said we were gonna do is we were gonna come up with a hashtag, and we're gonna spam. We're gonna go a little different style here. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do a spamming on the offense. Not a fun spam, but we're gonna go on the offense and spam on Twitter both BlackRock and Citadel. Not Citadel, BlackRock and Vanguard. And we should probably, well, we don't have the proof for Jane, so we can't really do that one. I wish they had filed the 13G, but they didn't. So, so far I've got Don't Add Up, Synthetic Books, and Apes No. I like Apes No. That's really kind of a fun one. I'm gonna have to query that real quick here and see if that's heavily used. Let me just check it out real quick here. Nope, nothing on that one. We could use it. That's definitely a good one. We could do like apes know you're next. We could do like 2 different hashtags like apes know you are next. That would be a fun one. Let them just chew on that for a while. We gotta wait for the BlackRock 13F though. We can't do the spamming until we get the BlackRock information. Yeah, I don't know about stomping the can. I get it though. Instead of kicking the can, stomping it. I get it. Um, I don't know. I don't know. I kind of want people to think like, what do they know? I do like that because it creates interest. What is it that we know? All right, guys, I'm gonna take my break, and what's the reference with Tic Tac? The only problem with that, something like that, Nosa, is like um, apes eat synthetics. The three that I'm kind of leaning towards right now, guys, is Don't Add Up, Synthetic Books, and Apes No. We could say like we could do 2 of the 3, or all 3, and add in there You're Next. Let me query You're Next and see what happens with that. I would think that You're Next is probably got stuff on it. Yeah, it does. But actually, it's not that bad. We could take that over. That's actually pretty mild. There's nothing in there that really. I like it. We could do that. We could do like a bunch of those or different ones. Maximus, enjoy yourself. Tic Tac MFs. It's not a choke. Apes no. Yeah, we'll look into it. I'll put it up for vote, guys, and we can just kind of decide together what we want to do. Let's see here. Let me pull up some music for you guys. I'm gonna take a break, and I'll see you guys 15 minutes before market open. Let's see here. What do we got? All right. See you guys in a bit. All right, guys, I am back. Top of the morning to you. Did Keto come in with a, let's see, Keto says 1750 to 2050. Got you down, Keto. Hmm. I'm actually going to go for 1921. Yeah, I'm going to go 1921. Eric texted me already. Let's see what Eric's got here. Monty's got 1633 to 1933. And Eric has 18 to 21. Oh, I get $3. What am I doing? 19 to 22 is what I'll do. I don't know. I'm starting to have doubts. $18 to 21 for Eric. I'm going to go 19 to 22. I'm going to stick with it. 19 to 22. Okay, so 19 to 22 for me. Eric has 18 to 21. Duncan has 17.5 to 25. Actually, it's Keto filling in for Duncan. And Monty has 1633 to 1933. Thank you guys for your price predictions. Not financial advice. So let me show you guys what I saw on break. Jane Street Corporation. This is the filing that they just had. They're reporting that they have 2,134,230 shares. The shares changed was 1,906,542, which means that if I'm understanding this correctly, they're saying that this is a buy order, right? This is a buy order, meaning that they only originally had, if you take this 2.134 230 minus the 1,906,542. Oops. This other way. Wait. 2,134 230 minus 1,906,542. Yeah. 227,688 shares is all that they had left on the books. That's all that they had left at some point. So now we're going to go back to my DD from last week. I'm going to click on that real quickly here just to show you guys what they had before versus what they have now. Come on. Jane Street Corporation had 13.1 million shares. And now, this is back in the end of September, and now they only have 2.1 million. They lowered their position by almost 10, well, a little over 10 million shares. So, you guys tell me, how is it possible for our on loan amount to be as high as it is with all these corporations having sold off their positions? The three largest corporations, the three largest ones that had holdings in Q4. Vanguard sold off 40 million. BlackRock sold off like 30 something. Between the two of these two right here alone, they sold off like 73 million shares. Add another 80 million shares, or add another 10 million to this, it puts us over, puts us at like 83 million shares sold off in Q4. 83 million shares that were sold off in Q4, and they all bought back in for less. They all bought back in for less, but yet our on loan amount reflex. September. October, I guess from basically the end of September. So, okay, I guess this would be the dip then. This would have to be the dip for the on loan amount. So our total shares on loan stayed at about 80 million shares. $80 million shares on loan. In total, we saw 80 million shares in ownership. 80 out of, here's our total ownership back then. Remember, because I wrote down the numbers. 138 million shares were on loan. Or sorry, institutions owned 138 million shares back then. Right? So if they owned 138 and we know that 83 million out of 138 was gone, then we could just take 138 minus the 83 and it gives you 55 million shares. So there only should have been 55 million shares on loan. However, on the books, there was over 80 million shares still on loan. So yes, there was a dip in here. There was definitely a dip that corresponds to when they had that the loans that were possibly recalled or recovered, but not enough. There were still on loan there a bunch, and the institutions weren't reporting, enough shares in ownership to account for this. Yep, it's messed up. Messed up. And then to top it off, guys, they've got to be our total institutional ownership right now is at an all-time high. It's an all-time high of 188 million shares, right? But we're not seeing that they all bought back in for less, right? So if this is true, if they are buying a whole bunch more shares, then they would have to be buying them currently. Those purchase orders would be going through right now because they all bought back in for less, which means that the amount that it should have come up by is fractional. So they would have to be buying massive amounts of shares right now for us to be at 188 million in institutional ownership. Because remember, this 188 million is the number based off of the end of the reporting of Q4. Basically meaning that in Q4, 100 million shares, more than 100 million, 150 million shares have been purchased in Q4. 150 million shares were purchased in Q4 by institutions, and we're sitting at 1775. It's just the math here just does not add up. It is so bad. Yes, utilization is still 100%. Yes, it does. And I can show you the failure to delivers that would be stacking. If I pull it up on Ortex, because Ortex reports it from Fintel or FINRA, and that would be right here. MCon says, can we bring this to somebody's attention? I think we need to wait on that. I think we need to wait on it, and the reason that I say that is because what we don't want to have happen is we don't want to see this go into litigation. If it goes into litigation, the idea that they could freeze the stock and take time to try and figure out everything out, and it would take forever. So at this point, I would probably avoid that. However, MCon, after the MOASS is over, 100%, we should raise all kinds of hell. ABC says, could this be what the SEC is investigating? I absolutely 100% believe it is, and I think that the first thing that we're seeing is JP Morgan. 100%. I do believe that is what they're investigating. All right, guys, we're going to start off the morning. I will see you guys on the other side of the market open, and let's go to the moon.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Roll program.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in S10. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return.
Watching. Who's watching? Who's watching me?
morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we hold, buy, we hold, where we hold, hold. We buy, hold, and we screw the hedgy. It's one of those moments where the ADD kicks in. It goes like, "Hey, what about this over here?" Oh man. Good morning, guys. Good morning to you. Have you had your coffee? I have. I need more. I need more coffee. So ABC said cost to borrow, and yeah, so if you guys are watching it right there, that min usually is a lot lower, but you'll notice that it's the CTB min, average, and max are all the same number. Typically speaking, when we see that, guys, the way I've seen it explained before is that it's probably just one institution that's reporting. They don't have all the rest of the institutions reporting quite yet, so you have no spread, right? Like if just one person reports what they're charging for shares, then that's it. That's all you get. Another theory that's been mentioned before as well is that if there is only one institution that has shares to borrow or to lend, then you may only see one reporting because the others are not going to be reporting a value if there's nothing left to lend. Uh, that's a little tinfoil. Uh, but hold on a second, my wife's texting me. Huh. My kids, my kids were riding the bus and they saw somebody with a pair of shoes. Let's see if I can show you guys. Saw a pair of shoes. Said AMC on them. Kind of interesting, huh? It must be. It must be happening. No, I'm just kidding. The VIX is down. We should be going up in price. Good morning, Jordan. Good morning. It's good to see you too. Trent says, "Hey Casey, how are you able to play this all the way?" The Fed's watching. They're always watching me. They're always watching me. Joe, apparently there's been a stand down, or at least some of the troops have left the border to go back to their base. So it's looking like there's a stand down on the scheduled war that we had brewing in Ukraine. ABC says 2 weeks. You know, I was trying to figure out when I first started saying the whole 2 weeks thing, and I'm pretty sure the last week would have been the 2 weeks, but somebody on here said that this week would have been the last of the 2 weeks. But uh, regardless, I it was never meant to be about a specific date. Yes, sir, Alan. It is still 100% utilization. The cost to borrow, as ABC was pointing out, is a little fishy. Uh, Dr. Zena says government has allowed the screwery on the stock because they don't want the massive Ponzi scheme exposed. It will ruin their gravy train. Trent says we got Wednesday as a potential day. You know, Wednesday's always drinky drink day, right? I'm down for a Wednesday run. I like Wednesday runs. Those are the fun ones. I really, I find that so fascinating that they would that I think the problem with war nowadays, guys, is that the information is too, even even Russia's own people were posting things on the internet about military helicopters flying overhead and military convoys driving through, and it's just like, I mean, the suppression of all communications in the world is just insane. I mean, it's insane. There's so many different avenues to suppress. Information gets leaked. It's like you just can't have a war anymore just on a whim, because massive movements of military troops, like I was telling you guys, is something that you can't just hide anymore. It's just not really possible to hide that kind of stuff. So it's like one world leader calls another and says, "Hey, look, yeah, we're coming on Wednesday, so you know do what you got to do. We got to do what we got to do. So we'll see you on Wednesday." You know, it's just hangs up the phone, writes it on his calendar, Wednesday, going down, and yeah, I guess that's how wars happen now. I love this. I love this activity right here. Like this is normal for us. Oh man. Just remember, guys, that that cost to borrow is the same value across all three. It likely means that there's only one institution reporting right now, and that could mean a couple different things. Number one, it just means there's only one institution loaning. It could also mean that there is only one institution loaning, as in there may only be one institution that has shares to lend. Taking a look at shares available to borrow right now, it's showing 1.3 million shares. That is definitely, there's been a little bit of change since earlier, but I'm not going to record anything because it's not too big of a change. I'll record it a little bit later. So far for the day today, guys, they have borrowed a total of 5 million shares. 4.5 I've always recommended to you was kind of like the even keel average amount of borrowing that goes on uh, day, on a daily basis way back when. It was just kind of like the average, and 5 million's higher. So we had 4.6 million. Yesterday was kind of like an average day, and then today's already at 5 million, and they've already borrowed some more. We were 1% for average, Joe. Yes, yesterday we're like mid 1%. I mean, you can go back and look at the video footage and see. Um, but just remember that when it is showing three the same number across, then it's probably just one institution. I'll refresh it here in about 15 more minutes and we'll see if it changes. I wouldn't doubt that it wouldn't change um, in 15 minutes from now. Yeah, let's take a look at IWM real quick here. Let's just see what's going on with it. That looks like a normal stock. Just saying. It has some normalcy to it. Let's see how GME is doing. Oh, I got them in a box. What kind of box do I have them in? Oh, yeah, this is my breakout box. We're right in the time zone that I had predicted on the daily for a breakout on GME, but it did this one little scooping dip. Uh, Potentially, that looks like for GME, that looks like a nice cup and handle right there. So a dip outside of the wedge, and then perhaps maybe driving back up in with the cup and handle. My dog, if you guys hear him whining in the background, it's just because he's angry that there's another dog in his backyard. He wants me to let him out. He'd lose that fight. It's a pit bull mix. I'm not letting him out. He keeps coming over here and like brushing me with his tails like, "Hey, I'm still here," and then starts whining. We do have 4.25 million shares already traded so far after 15 minutes. We haven't had the interest rates increased yet, Alan, and it's don't worry. There's no I don't mind questions at all, unless they're repeat questions. Yes, I know, doctor, right? Pretty crazy. Let me clear out. It looks like we have some news here. Let me just click on the news and see what's saying here. They're just saying that you can spend Dogecoin at you can't spend it at McDonald's, but you can spend it at AMC. Bitcoin surges on break of key pattern. What to watch as the crypto barrels into two key events. Let's see if they're talking about. Hmm. Let's take a look at Bitcoin for just a second. They've definitely gone past. So here's. So I had suggested that a long, long time ago, back in like November, maybe even December, that they had a head and shoulder pattern kind of occurring, and this definitely broke out of that trend line for sure. I did see them kind of heading back up to maybe like the 43 range, potentially 45, and then heading back down. They actually made it as high as almost 46. Um, but they're past due schedule for the breakdown to what I suggested would be about 29. So it's kind of an interesting move. It does almost look like an inverse head and shoulders, which that's similar, a very similar pattern to this right here is this back here, which it does. This obviously did run afterwards. Those are very similar. So we'll see what happens. Speaking of which, guys, seeing what happens. I don't know. This has nothing to do with any of that. So for me to say speaking of which means nothing. I found my new car. I know what car I'm getting. Hold on a second. I'm pulling it up. Wait a minute. What the heck? I know it's a little. No, it's not a Prius, and it's not a. Believe it or not, it's not a Dodge Challenger Joe either. I know, right? Like, what the heck? What the heck happened? It's actually an electric car. It's an electric car. I never thought in a million years, because I do love the sound of an engine. I never thought in a million years that this would be the kind of car that I would go for. Um, I know, right? Mary said it's like great transition. I'm not known for, you get what you get with me, Mary said. With the ADD, the mind just kind of gone the other direction. Nope, you guys aren't even close. You're not even close. I'm gonna see if I'm gonna see. I'm gonna give you guys like a minute more to try and guess what it is. It is an electric car, but nobody's guessed it so far. Nope, nope, not a Hummer. And I actually had no idea this was even in. It may not even. I don't think they're in production. I think they're in like the beginning phases of modeling, or it made maybe I fell for a joke. I don't know what, but if this is for real, this is what I'm getting. I don't even know if it's 100% for real. I think it might be. I just found it while I was on break. It's not a Bronco. Nope, not a Silverado. Guys, do you remember the video that I did with AP Back to the Future? I bring to you the new DeLorean. Look at that thing. That thing is so cool looking. I think it is so cool looking. I think you should see it with the. I'll see if I can find a picture. I'll see if I can find a picture of it with the doors open. But it is so cool. I want that so bad. Screw Tesla. Screw Tesla. I want me a DeLorean. I gotta have a. I gotta. This is my. This is my moon car. Look at that. Look at the old school DeLorean next to it. It's so beautiful looking. I don't know. I don't know who makes it, but it is an electric car. I really don't know much about it. I just saw it when I was on break, and let's see here. DeLorean DMC will return in 2022 as a luxury electric sports car. Uh, Man, it is such a beast. It is such a beast. This picture is like the coolest one. I love this picture. It's poor quality picture there. Let me get rid of the information. Look at that. Oh, I don't know. It gives me chills. It's like Knight Rider. Just I think of Knight Rider when I see that. Like, oh yeah, that's today's Knight Rider. I think that is so cool looking. I don't know. My wife, I showed it to my wife. She's a huge DeLorean fan. I showed it to her. She's like, we can't get that. And I was like, why not? She's like, I won't be able to take it out anywhere. I'll be afraid to scratch it up. I was like, yeah, I know. But seeing as it's an electric car, I'm pretty sure it's going to be fast. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know anything about the specs. I don't know anything about it. Just literally saw it on my break for the very first time. Joe says, practice making engine sounds with your mouth. You know, what you might have to do is install some speakers into the inside, and then just play like what was that movie? There was a movie where they were making it for a Dodge. I think it was for a Dodge Challenger, and it was an electric Dodge Challenger, and they were trying to make it so that, or maybe it was a Charger, and they were giving it an engine sound so that when you pressed on the gas, it actually sounded like a real car. Nice one, Steven. Nice one. Anyways, I just thought I'd throw that out there, because it is completely 100% related to our stock. It was a time burner. I'll be doing another write-up potentially after the show today, guys, with the DD for Jane Street, BlackRock, and Vanguard. I do expect to see Vanguard's 13F today because I think today should be the final day in which they can release their 13F. The 13F should be due today. We haven't seen it yet. Yeah, still not in. But today should be the final day. Actually, Philip, that's welcome to the channel, Philip. My wife my wife says, "Does it only go 88 miles an hour?" And I said, "Yes, it does." And she goes, "Well, I need it to go faster." dog, I'm sure probably uh, on a high enough cliff. What was this? What was that quote from Toy Story? Falling with style. With a high enough cliff, it could probably fall with style. All right, 5 more minutes, guys. 5 more minutes, and we'll check out all of our numbers here. Sorry, I'm just going through here trying to see if there's any. Trying to look for some more information here. I'm checking the news now. AMC Theaters takes over former Cinemark cinema lease in Chicago. This was posted an hour ago by the Hollywood Reporter. And that's huge. We're taking over their. I love this. We're taking over their movie theaters, but they're up 4.15, and we're we're only up 2.916 or 2.96. Let's see. AMC Theaters has reached a lease agreement with GW Properties to take over and reopen AMC Evanston 12 in the Chicago area. The theater operated as the Century 12 Evanston movie theater before Cinemark terminated its lease early on during the pandemic and is expected to open later this year. AMC said it's holding discussions with the property owners and on acquiring additional leases for closed locations. AMC sucking it up. Sucking it up. Sucking up that market. Gotta love it, guys. Gotta love it. Growth. So like current new news. Let me just check Twitter real quick, make sure Adam Aaron didn't post anything. He did post this yesterday, guys, and I didn't cover this. I don't know. I didn't feel like it was like something I necessarily really needed to dive into, but I'll just throw it up here. He said, I am pleased to remind you of two more AMC Investor Connect special advantage screenings. The Batman on March 2nd, The Godfather 50 Years in Dolby Cinema this Wednesday, February 16th. So that's tomorrow. Here's an offer so you can't refuse. Get your tickets here for this classic. Um, Clicking the link, I think just takes you to showtimes. Yeah. There you go, guys. If you want to know where I go, AMC Dine-In Tech Ridge 10 in Austin. That's the one I go to. 1.3 miles away from me, apparently. I don't think that's accurate. Yeah, that is definitely not accurate. Just saying. Steven says get a biohazard sticker and put it on the back window. Oh my gosh. Steven, like, how do you not buy, like, if you buy that car, you have to be the first person that gets a license plate that says something like BTF or, actually, you know what? I would get to the moon. I don't even know if that's possible, but I would pay for that. I would buy one of those new DeLoreans and I would put to the moon, and it would be epic. You know what would even be fun to do too is have them take it like right off the lot, take it into a modification facility and have them mock it up as a new version of a Back to the Future time traveler. Like just who cares if it's a brand new car? Let's mess it up. Let's mess it up and make it look like it's actually going to travel in time. A one of a kind, and then just put to the moon. We're going all out here. Gary says, "Did you listen to Lou last night? It seemed off to me. I don't watch Lou anymore, Gary. Sorry. Once he said, let's not call ourselves apes anymore, I was like, nope. That was his second strike for me, and I didn't want to give him a third. They just vacuumed the volume out of the whole market. All right, well, let's see what's going to happen here. It is time to take a look at everything, guys. So let's do it. To the moon. I love it, Luke. To the moon. That's pretty good. TDA. I like to the moon. That's good. All right, let's take a look at our numbers here. I'm gonna re-update Fidelity real quick. Hold on one second, guys. I gotta take some care of something real quick here. My neighbors are starting to complain about the dog that's in their backyard, and I'm like, it's not mine. Ugh, I'm gonna have to go take care of dog issues here in a minute. So here's what happened. We had a windstorm recently. A plank of our fence fell over. Uh, a dog on the other side of me. That was on the right side in our backyard. On the left side of our backyard, the dogs over there are like pit bulls, and they broke up. They're like it's a brand new fence, and man, he just tore up a plank. He grabs on it with his teeth, and he just rips the planks right off. And he goes running underneath, and now he's running into the other neighbor on the other side of me's backyard because the fence is that one portion panel is down. We have somebody out coming to fix, and so now my neighbor is complaining that my dog's in their yard, and I'm like, it's not my dog. They're like, well, he came through your yard, and I'm like, it's not my dog though. What do I do? What do you want me to do? It's not my dog. It's, I don't know. I'm sorry he ran through. It's not my dog. My dog's really good. He wouldn't even dare to cross over into the other yard. All right, let me take you guys through the numbers here. Let's see what we got going on. Switching you guys over to the other page here. Congratulations to Monty, Eric, and also Keto, who's covering for Duncan this week. They all got price prediction points, and I got zilch, zero, nada, nothing. I'm sucking right now, and so price predictions for the day today, guys. Do not make financial advice off this. It's just for fun, for beers, fun bets between four people trying to, just better themselves. What do we got going here? We got 19 to 22 for me for prediction today. Eric has 18 to 21. Duncan has 17.5 to 25, and Monty has 16. I said Duncan, it's Keto. Keto has 17.5 to 25, and Monty has 16.33 to 19.33. True Demon's short exempt volume is a little bit down from yesterday to 93.1. When volume lowers, that obviously lowers as well. Utilization still at 100%. Today marks the first week, full straight week of 100% utilization. So Tuesday to Tuesday. I guess that's technically a week and a day. Sort of, maybe. Wait. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Monday, 6 days. It's 6 days, 6 trading days. Day-over-day price increase. Yesterday we were down 5.64%. It was in the green. We had both utilization and day-over-day price increasing. We're both green, but now we've got back to red there. With the red day being yesterday, that gives us a 19% or 1 in 5 chance of being a green day today, just based off of last year's statistics. So just throwing that out there that, you know, it's a lower, it's kind of one of the lower numbers on the board, but it's not. What I would say is if we end up having a green day, I would suggest that means that there's a trend reversal for sure in play. So taking a look at that off exchange. 46.33. It's a little bit higher than I would have expected. 43 is probably 43, 44 is kind of what we would see by this time in the morning. But look at that CBOE EDGX at 15.74%. They are absolutely stuffing as much as they possibly can. And so I would suggest to you guys, when you guys are seeing IWM run this morning, look how much of the price suppression they're pushing off into IWM. It's really high, super, super high. A lot of the volumes, the price suppression from our stock is being pushed into the ETFs there. So that's probably why it's running the way that it is. I mean, it could be partially the reason. Taking a look at Ortex, let's refresh that one. Utilization does not change throughout the day, guys, just so you know. Once it gets reported for the day, because I feel like I keep getting the same question from people about, like, is utilization still 100%? It doesn't change throughout the day. Once it's reported in the morning, first thing in the morning, it never changes throughout the day. It's only reported once. So yes, we still have 100% utilization, up from 82.08% 7 days ago. Taking a look at borrowed change, currently we're showing a return of shares. Yesterday there was a borrow of 2.17 million. Today, currently, there's 799,000 shares having been returned. Hold on a second. You need to chill out. Okay? It's okay. He's just in the backyard. Right? It's okay. I gotta give my dog some reassurance here. He's kind of like, he's really upset with the fact that there's a dog in his backyard. Oh, it's the end of the world. Huh. Oh, I know. I understand. I get it. With the lowering of the borrowed change amount, that's going to lower the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 21.43%. It was 21.5 earlier. And shares on loan was a little bit down. We'll take a look at that here in just a second. Moving up to the top right-hand side of the screen, guys, the institutional share ownership, 188.7 million shares. Let's go ahead and refresh this. That was a huge jump. Yesterday's number was like 180 or thereabouts. Maybe it was 182. I don't have it written down. I just have the new high. I actually got rid of the number, but you can always go back and look at yesterday's numbers to see if you really want to find out. Let's go ahead and refresh and see where we're at now. 188.7. 188.703. Is that still the same number? Okay, it's a little bit down from where it was earlier. It was 706 earlier. That's just fractions. Max paying for the day today is $19. Let's see where our current volume is on these options. Uh, just throwing it out there while I'm waiting for this to refresh. Don't forget Gary Gensler is going to have an interview today. That's going to be going on at 3 p.m. Eastern or 2 Central or noon Western or whatever they call that. Let's see here where we're at in our options. Highest amounts of volume. Ooh, puts are really low in volume right now. I would suggest that volume looks kind of low at this point in time. Actually, no, it's average. It's average. It's low from what it was yesterday, but that was just because yesterday was a really high volume day on the options chain. At a highest amount of volume right now at a $20 strike price, that's where it was yesterday. There's currently 3.9 thousand contracts. On the puts, the highest amount of volume at an $18 strike price. Yesterday it was only 16. And there's a total of 2.4 thousand contracts, which kind of indicates that we might have a closing price around $19 for the day today. For right now, that's what it's looking like. Taking you guys to the main page here. Let's take a look at Ortex. I don't really have like a whole lot of stuff to show you. I do have, I mean, here's our utilization being ultra high for 6 days. Here's our Ortex estimated short share interest of the free float down here. Slightly decreasing day over day from 21.59 down to 21.5. So it didn't really change all that much. But what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to put up a different number here. I'm going to show you I'm going to show it to you in short interest shares, not a percentage of the free float. And so basically what it went down by was it went from 110.79 million to 110.35, so like a 500,000 share change ish. But what I want to show you is this, and this is a little concerning to me. I don't like this number that I'm seeing right here. Inherently, the going down from 123.2 million shares on loan to 122.18 is not bad. I don't mind that. I mean, it's relatively, it's just a million shares difference. So it's not relatively that bad. What I don't like is this. The on loan average dipped. So that tells me one of two things. One of two things happened here. If your on loan amount dips, right, and your average age per day dips, then your old loans are gone or you reduced them. Somehow your older loans are reduced in a way to where that number would dip over time. So I would suggest, and you can see that the short interest, the amount of shares that were on short interest has reduced as well. So I would suggest is that there was a closing of about 1 million shares worth of short interest, but it's really not that much. So I'm not panicked at all, but it is a little bit of a concern. Like I just would suggest that, if you go back, let's see, our average age per day here is 66 days. So if we go back 2 months from February, we'd be looking at like December time frame. So let's see. So we're directly halfway through February. So 66 days would be roughly middle of December. Just a little bit before middle of December. So we've got December, let's go with December 10th. So what was the price there? Price was, so let me take a screenshot here so I can draw this. Bye-bye, DeLorean. So right about here, what I would suggest is some of these positions, there may have been some short interest that was open in here, or possibly here, or possibly here. More than likely, it was this grouping right here. There was probably some short interest that was closed out of that right there, right? Because they're underneath the price, right? Because the price in there was 20 something dollars. So if they found shares to be able to close out that short interest, then they probably did. Not a big deal. It was only 1 million. We still have 100 and some odd million still there. So not that big of a deal. Nothing to really stress about. I just don't like seeing. I always am I always like to make sure that I tell you guys that when I see indicators that are red flags to me, I let you guys know. I'm not going to hide it from you. I tell you what I see. This is a little bit of a red indicator to me. I don't like that. I don't want to see this continuing. I don't want to see it continuing. If it does continue, I don't want to see it continue very long. I don't want to see it continue in harmful ways. So we'll keep an eye on this and watch this and see what happens. But by no means is it anything to panic over right now. Moving on. Orders by Fidelity customers. Man, he just is not letting go with that whole dog thing. It's annoying. Let's see here. I can't focus. You're always whining. Why are you whining? What? Why? I understand it, but you're in a house. He's outside. It's okay. Let's see here. AMC and GME are not in the top 10 highest amounts of volume. AMC coming in 14th with 63% buys to 37% sales. So our buy to sell ratio looks really good. I don't have any problems there. I haven't had any problems with that for a long time. We've been looking good for a really long time. GME was actually in 30th this morning when we first in the pre-market. So they had some volume this morning, but it's died off to the point to where they're not even making it to the top 30 list now of highest volume traded stocks by orders. What's next? Stalker tracker. See, he's okay now. I reassure him, and he's like, oh, all right. You're cool with it. I guess I'll be okay. Let's see. So they increased. They returned 400,000 shares right here. Our cost or not cost of borrow, but our fees right now for lending shares is at 0.8. They did borrow another 100K here since I was recording from earlier. Let's see. 807. Looks like they've only been returning shares in the ETFs. So the only additional shares borrowed is 100,000 shares in the last however long it's been since I took a look at it, like 2 hours. So 5.1 million shares having been borrowed so far today. 28,000 contracts are in the money on the calls. 102.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. 1598 is our SSR trigger point. On the market, we currently have the NASDAQ being up 1.64, the Dow Jones is up 1.01, and the S&P 500 is up 1.22. We currently have 5,605 advancers to an on fire, is like on fire in a good kind of way. Blowing up. I don't know what's the right word I want to use. On fire is when it's going down. What should I use for the opposite of on fire? It is launching. The market's launching right now with 5,608 advancers to 1,872 decliners. The VIX is down 6.14. IWM is up 1.33. Tesla is up 4.59. Amazon is up 0.79. Cinemark is up 3.92. Doge is up 2.52. Bitcoin is up 3.82. GME is up 3.65. Hood is up 1.43. And AMC is up 2.93. Refreshing inflow versus outflow. We currently have 5 million more in outflow than we have in inflow. We've traded 8.6 million shares for the day today so far. Let's see what kind of pace we're on here. 45 plus what is that for? 49 minutes. So we're on pace for about 68.6 million shares traded for the day today, and I estimated between 30 to 50 million. On the daily interval, our vortex indicator showing more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.88, which is right down the middle. On the 1 hour, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with what appears to be an almost crossover in the next hour, or a crossover imminent with RSI at 46.89, which is just under average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.15, which is just below average. And on a 5-minute interval, we actually have several crossovers since market open, but currently more selling pressure than buying pressure, and just now crossing back over with RSI at 45.44. he can't let it go. He just can't let it go. He's like me. It's like once I'm onto something, I just can't let it go. Why do you have to be like me, dude? Huh? Why you gotta be like me? Chill. Let me start up the background video, guys. Oh wait, I guess it's already going. I didn't realize it was going. Yeah, so you have to think of it, Anthony, as two different groupings, right? So what happens is they go to what's going on here? Okay. They go out to lenders. They say, "Do you have any shares that I can borrow?" And they go, "We sure do." And so they're locating shares, right? They're locating shares to borrow. They borrow those shares. They take them off the books. They do whatever it is that they want to do with those shares, and then they return. They either return them or they don't return them. The ones that they return to those lenders, you see showing back up on Stonko Tracker. The ones that they don't, stop, stop, okay, easy, just take it easy. It's okay. Sorry, guys. He's like, he's really, what is, take it easy. Yeah, it's okay. This guy, what's going on? I'm gonna have to take a timeout. Like, my goodness. You all right? Yeah, I know. I know he's out there. I know he's out there. I understand. Sometimes it's hard. Anyways, what was I saying? I don't even remember. You all right? Okay? Yeah, I hear you. I might have to get up here and go figure some stuff out. What's going on with this dog in the backyard? Because he's just not going to leave me alone if I don't go fix it. Yeah. Yeah, he's real needy. I mean, he is. I mean, but he's actually a really good dog, though, guys. Like, super, super good dog. Like, you wouldn't even believe. He's a great protector. I think that's really what the problem is, right? He's a really good protector. Like we have, anytime anybody comes over to the house, like he's constantly, like he's right on top of it. He's a really good watchdog, but he's also very lovable too. Like, he may act like all like I'm in your face kind of thing, but the minute you get up to him and you go to pet him, he's like, okay, yeah, let's have fun. Keto says, I miss my day trading. Haven't sold a single share for 5 months. But Donkey Kong says another dog in his yard that's like someone making synthetic shares right in front of your face. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I know. He's absolutely right. He's doing his job. He's doing his job, Rose, 100%. It's just, when I want him to, as his owner, I want him to be like, if I tell him it's okay, then he should be like, oh, all right, fine. I don't need to be so uh OCD on it. But but I'm his owner. He's like me. He's like, I can't let this go. I have to take care of this. I have to do something about this. This is my backyard. And yeah, you're right. He's correct. So, oh yeah, Anthony, I was talking about the Ortex. All right, so they've borrowed the shares. They borrow the shares. They do whatever it is that they're going to do with the shares, right? They have lots of different ways that they manipulate price, or they pay off loans, or they start shuffling shares around all over the place, and then they return some of them. The ones that they don't return, the ones that go to Ortex, right? Or not necessarily Ortex, but the ones that they use to report for returning of shares that were borrowed or anything like that get reported to Ortex, and Ortex sees those shares and only those shares. And so Ortex says, oh, okay, well, you paid off some of your loans, or oh, okay, you reduced your short interest, the short interest on the books. So we'll go ahead and report that. And so the only thing that's actually reported is for of the shares that they loaned for the day is what's is visible or reported as used. The rest of it is the remainder that they did the nefarious things. Like if you want to use the nefarious word, you can use the nefarious word. So what I would suggest is if you wanted to, when I report to you guys 5 million shares have been loaned for the day, what you could do is you could look at the amount of returned shares, subtract that out of the amount of the 5 million shares that were loaned, and then it tells you how much they used, how many shares they used for the day to do other things, right? Whatever other may be. And I guarantee you they're not just loaning the shares and then just returning them just for the fun of it because they like to pay 0.8% on the fees for the loan. So yeah, I know Space. I know Space. They usually do. Anthony says I'm paying more attention to since utilization hit 100. Yeah, I hear you, man. It's kind of one of those confusing things, right? Like, because I'm sitting here telling you, oh, the borrowed amount, the return, they've returned, 700,000 shares or something like that, and you're going like, well, wait a minute, I thought they borrowed 5 million. How did they not return more? I'm snapping at them. Where you at? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where you at? There you are. He got quiet on me, so I was like, what's going on? There you are. You okay still? He's hitting the green screen with his tail. You're a good boy. Yes, you are. Hey, come here. Come here. You're a good boy. Yes. Everybody tells me that I should tell you you're being a good boy and that you're doing your job, and I am going to tell you. Yeah. So Brian's saying, in my opinion, cost to borrow is everything. 100% utilization and low cost to borrow is mind blowing. It just sounds fraudulent. It really does. Like, I mean, how in the world could you have, um, how could you have 100% utilization? Oh, see, now that I just gave him reassurance, guys, now he's whining again. It's like, oh yeah, oh okay, I can go back to doing what I was doing. No. Shh. Um, I was going to put together a report. I was going to start working on um, the Reddit post that I was going to add to the previous DD with the new Fintel data. Let me check and see, but I really need to wait for that BlackRock data to come in here. Did we get it? Nope, it's not in yet. I'm starting to think maybe I missed it. Maybe BlackRock already did file their 13F. I'm going to have to search for their name. Give me 1 second here. Oh, they did file their 13F already. I just missed it. Or did I? Wait. This is weird, guys. So check this out. BlackRock does have a 13F. I wasn't finding it. It wasn't showing up, but it says it was listed on 210. Does it have their... It's not even showing their 13G any longer. At least not here, it's not. This is really weird. So it's not showing their 13G on here any longer. It's just showing the 13F, and then when I pull up that specifically to show their 13G filings, it shows it here. It shows a 13G here, but everything is now paywalled. It won't let me see any of that. But then you have your 13F down here. Yep, there it is. Okay, we have the 13F for, I guess I just didn't see it on 210. That was 5 days ago. I missed it. It's time for me to put out my next final DD on this. Look at this. This is their BlackRock holdings in AMC. This is BlackRock's holdings in AMC. Where do you see the dip? Show me where you see the dip here. Because they just filed the 13G that said that they only had like 2 million in shares left. Where's the dip in ownership? Because I don't see one. They're making it look like a wash sale. They own 8.3% of the company. They sold off nearly everything, but we did not see the loans decrease. All right. That's what I'm going to work on my next break. Steven said, "Hey Shaw, can I ask you a question? I'll send it in a tweet while you're on break or after hours if you prefer." That's fine. Yeah, you can ask me questions. Keto says, "Bull support bands keep coming down. We'll touch it at 2650-ish." No, so Anthony, all I'm doing when I say that they've borrowed is on Stonko Tracker. I'm watching the total amount of shares that are available, right, and how much they've borrowed throughout the day. I'm not counting how much they're returning. I'm just simply noting throughout the day how much they're borrowing. Each time they have a reporting of shares returned, I don't count that. I just count how much it is that they've borrowed for the day. I don't care. In my opinion, it doesn't matter to me how much they've returned. I just want to know, what did they borrow? What did they borrow in total to do whatever it is that they've done for the day? And then we could hypothesize all day long about how they specifically use the shares by using some of the Ortex data. We could basically say, if you subtract from that borrow amount the total amount of shares returned, then you know that either short interest or loans have been paid down with some of the borrowed shares. Because remember, utilization's at 100%. Like the only way that they're really going to be getting shares is either from the market or loaning to pay things down. So Stephen Mallet says, "Apes no." Do I have that one written down? Yeah, I have that one written down. Yeah, I know they're cycled returns, Anthony. Like once they get done using them, however it is that they're using them. What the heck is going on here? Why did that happen? Every one of my things is playing videos now. What is the deal here? Oh, you gotta love. This is what happens when you move stuff around. Let's see here. Hmm. Let's see if I can fix this. Yeesh. Technical difficulties. Fun. Yeah, no, I get it. I get it, Anthony. But I mean, see, the thing is, if you lose, so yeah, I totally understand. I totally get. I'm with you 100%. I get how it's happening. But you know, it's kind of crappy. But you're absolutely right. I mean, that's how they have more shares to borrow every single time is because they're using some of the shares, but then they're not using some of the shares, and then they're creating more on top of that. So it's a little fraudulent, especially when they're reporting 100% utilization. I would have to say that more now than ever is making sure that we do not have our shares out for loan is extremely important. Um, in the past, I said that loaning of shares is actually a really good thing. In this particular case, I think we're kind of at that point in time where now we want to shut that down. We really want to shut the loaning down. Loaning shares before would have been a really good thing because it does help this whole process to kind of expand. But in order for us to continue to move forward, we need to stop the lending now. Like if we can stop the lending now, then we'll be in the position to where cost to borrow will absolutely skyrocket because the amount of shares is depleted down to nothing, and and the ball starts to roll down the hill. So finding out whether or not you have a broker who's loaning your shares, take the extra time to do that. It could be worth your time. Yes, yes, doctor. Don't forget again, Gary Gensler speaks today at 3 p.m. Eastern. I'm gonna that'll start roughly around the time when I get back from break. I'll try to stream it maybe from someplace. It's supposed to be a live an interview. Some people are supposed to be submitting questions to Gary Gensler. I wonder if they're still accepting questions. I know somebody sent me the link already. I know you guys already sent me the links to the questions. But let me just check something here. I didn't submit a question because I wasn't really. I don't know if I want to put myself on the radar. I'm sure I'm already on a radar somewhere. Somebody's always watching me. Let me see here. Let me go back to my tweets. Trying to find the link to submitting questions because I feel I'm getting a little courageous moment going on here. Let me see if you guys are posting it. If any of you guys know where the link is to submit questions, I'm just going to look it up. Man, if it's not one animal in this house, it's the other. Okay, here it is. Nope, that's not it. I'm looking for if anybody's got it. There was a place that was submitted for questions, and I know somebody submitted it to me. Let me just check my. Let me check all my sources here. I have. You guys are really helpful, by the way. If I ever, I just want to throw this out there. If you guys ever send me something and I say something like, yeah, I heard about it already, or I say something like, uh, yeah, I'm getting blown up by it. Don't take that as a me saying like you're annoying me. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying like, yeah, like this is crazy. Please, I just don't have the right words. Like I guess I probably should just put, yeah, this is crazy or something like that. But what ends up coming out instead is yeah, I know, and that makes it seem like I'm trying to like like I don't want your information, but I do. I do want your information. I don't ever want you guys to feel like you shouldn't send me something because maybe somebody already else told me. Because what if they didn't? What if nobody else has told me? So yeah, absolutely. Like tell me, blow me up, hit me up. Like I don't just don't take what I say poorly. Um, Today, as far as the title goes, knowing your five whys, we'll go into that after I get back from my break. I'm actually going to sit down and I'm going to write my five whys out on break because I actually have never written them out before. And if you don't know what the five whys are, actually, I should probably like. This is in engineering. Well, maybe they use it in other places, but um, it's I can never even pronounce this. I don't even know. I know I'm gonna mess it up. Kambanzi. I'm not sure. Anyways, this is a way that you can figure out the root cause of a problem, and engineers will use this to try and figure out like why something happened, right? And so problems ran through a red light. Why? Why late for work? Why woke up late? Why alarm didn't work? Why exhausted battery? Why I forgot to check it? There's your root cause. Your root cause is you forgot to check your battery, and so then you can determine, you know, how to fix this from happening. And here I was like late today, and it has this as an example. But that's not what I want to use it for. I want to use it for a little bit slightly different reason for us. And I want you guys to fill in this for why am I here? Right? Like why am I in this play? Why? And I'm gonna go through my 5 whys, and I want you guys to go through your 5 whys. And the reason that I'm having you guys go through this exercise is, and you guys can take some time to write those out between now and before I come back and cover this at 11 o'clock later today. Um, but I want you guys to have your own reasons for knowing why you're here. Why? Why do I want you to know that? I'll tell you why. Because there's going to be a lot of new people that are coming in to start buying AMC here in the near future. There's going to be a lot of people. And if you aren't founded in your reasons why you're here, if you don't understand why you're here, if you don't have your root cause to understanding why you're in this play, then why are those people going to think that this is a good investment? An investment that you're already invested in. So knowing your 5 whys as to why you're here is probably one of the best ways that you can um, be able to be ready to talk to people who have questions for you about why you're in this play. It's going to expand your knowledge about what you know about AMC, hopefully. And we can go through some of your guys' whys. Why did I lock my trees? Why did I lock my keys in the truck? I mean, it's a good exercise. I really do think that it is. I hated it in the all the years that I worked in engineering. I absolutely hated it because it very clearly points out your mistakes, but but it also helps you to understand what you're doing and why you're doing it. And I think that's important. Manjeet says just came to say hi. Can't stay as training day today. Congratulations again, Manjeet. I hope you're having a good day. I sent you a tweet to the DM to the afternoon Gensler interview. Thank you, Nikki. Liz Clayman tweeted about it and asked if anyone had questions for Gensler to tell her interview at 3 p.m. That is perfect. I'm gonna look that up. CTB went down. So this is what I was telling you about earlier, Doctor. It's not necessarily that CTB went down. It's more or less that there were just other institutions that weren't reporting cost to borrow yet, which is why we had cost to borrow was 2.32 across the board. So it's not that it went down. It's just that cost to borrow was reported by more institutions. Could you make an updated intro to the AMC squeeze video to direct outsiders to? An updated squeeze. Can you make an updated intro to the AMC squeeze video? Direct outs. I'm not sure what you mean by make an updated intro. I mean, did you think it was lacking? Was it lacking? Maybe that's where I guess maybe that's what I guess are you saying that it wasn't quite up to par? Because I can totally understand that. I can totally understand. I'm not the best. In fact, I feel like I'm better when I do interviews of other people than when I present my own material. Um, just because I'm just not a man of words. So but um, I could come up with like a video about, why am I here? Why am I doing this play? I could do a video on my whys so that people know, where I stand, why I stand for what I stand for. If you guys go into the description box, I kind of outlined a lot of that kind of stuff. Um, I thought I did. Looks like some of it got deleted or something. Let's see here. Oh, I just couldn't see the bottom. Why are you doing this channel? Right? I've got at least three reasons. Yeah, I'd have to, if you have like a link of something that you're kind of like, uh, if there's something specifically that that you get like to give me an example of what it is you'd like to see, it would help me to understand what it is that you want me to do. Because I'm having a little bit difficult time understanding what you mean by an intro video. I know that there is such a thing as an intro, and I think there's different kind of videos that you can make for the channel, and I just have never really been about trying to market this channel at all. Like I'm not into marketing. It's not why I'm here. So um, I've kind of steered away from trying to advertise. So I guess, and what it kind of sounds like to me, like you're saying, is like I need to have like a better advertisement of why I'm here, perhaps maybe. CapCut CapCut app is that's hard to say. CapCut app is good for making intros. Yeah, I guess I've always just kind of seen that as like fluff. Like I don't have any catchy front screens, that you see. Hold on a second, guys. Hey, stop, stop. I hear you. I hear you. Yeah, it's okay. Why don't you go upstairs and lay down? You won't see him anymore. Why don't you go upstairs? Yeah. Um, Remtax says you're only gonna be doing this for 2 weeks more, anyways. Yeah, I could do something like that, Doctor. I could definitely do that. I'll make that a project. I think that is a good project, right? Like, I mean, maybe this helps me, maybe doing the whys, when I come back and I do this with you guys later, maybe that'll help me to understand, or be able to create that video, putting together my whys, why I'm here, and then laying that out, um, in a way to where I can have that as an intro video. Absolutely. I have a dog in my backyard, Monty. So one of the next door neighbors ripped up the fence and then came over and started running around our backyard. So he's just like, he's driving. He's just like, he wants to go out there and see the other dog. And I know, like, for him, it's he wants to go see the other dog, but the other dog is like a pit bull mix, and that particular dog is aggressive. I'm not saying all pit bulls are, but he is. And so he's not going to see that as a hey, I want to play. He's going to see that as let's fight. And I don't feel like breaking up a fight. You've seen my hair before, Joe. Come on, man. Hold on a second. No, man, I don't have a. All right. Brian says it sounds like a lapdog. Hold on here. Come here, Bruno. You don't call. First off, you don't call a lapdog Bruno. Second off, let me take off my mic here, or else he's. That's a lapdog. I could only get half of him. I tried to pick him up, but he's over 100 pounds, and I didn't want to have a sitting down hernia. That is no lapdog. Oh yeah, Joe says he wants to see my hair. Hold on a second. I'm gonna go off camera and then I'm gonna mess it up like that one. No, you know what? Where were you last time? Where were you last time when I messed up my hair that one day when that guy from the SEC was on video? Here, I'm gonna go off. I'm gonna go off to the side and then I'm gonna mess up my hair and, and then you can see my messed up hair because when it's hat day every day, right? There's no combed hair in this head. Hold on a second. Yeah, there's definitely no baldness going on here. Well, I mean, I might have a little bit of receding hairline, but no baldness for sure. Uh, More like et tu, Bruno. That's one big melon. Actually, in my graduating class, I it doesn't mean anything, guys. There's just because I have a big head, and it's true, I do actually have a big head. But just because I have a big head doesn't mean that the brains are make me any smarter that are in there. But what I will tell you is that in my graduating class in high school, I had the largest cap size. In fact, they had to special order me a cap because they didn't have any um, that size that they could just there it had to be special ordered, which really sucks. It sucks having a big head. You heard that I was wearing a toupee? I think if you're bald, own it, man. Be proud of it. I would. I'd be proud. And the other thing is, I say that so easily, but here's the thing. I always said that I thought it would be cool to have like uh, sprinkled gray beard, and I never got that. It went straight to like white. There was no sprinkling of like slow fading in of gray. It was just, hi, I'm gray. So, so, and I feel like I should just own it, but I have to tell you, I really don't like the gray. It makes me feel old. Brian says 7 3/4. I think I'd have to go back and remeasure, but that sounds really familiar. I have to go back and remeasure. Yeah, that's why I said what I said, Joe, about this particular dog. I don't want to say all pit bull mixes are evil, but in this particular case, he's a little more aggressive. Like the fact that he just rips up the fence and decides that he's gonna just take off out of his owner's yard. This dog, I mean, I kid you not, I've never seen a dog. The fence was brand spanking new. They had just nailed it in with or screwed it in. He grabbed on to the bottom of the plank and just ripped the plank right off. Like the whole plank didn't just come off, just the bottom part of it snapped and came off. The whole rest of it. So it was just the bottom portion of it that would broke brand new piece of wood. Like I don't think I could break a piece of wood like that over my knee. I just don't. And so I go like, my dog would lose that fight quickly, very, very quickly. I don't want to risk it. This is Bruno Corgi. No, Bruno is a brown slash black lab. He's a little bit of a mix. It's really kind of funny. I have owned a chocolate lab before, um, but I never owned a black lab. I've always found that chocolate labs are like very excitable, or they're very energy. They have a lot of energy, but so do black labs. But the black labs are more kind of cuddler, or they can be a little cuddly. But the chocolate labs, at least the ones that I had, never was. But super cool dog. So the fact that he's a mixture of those two, since he's got a little bit of black and a little bit of chocolate in him, it makes him both a lovable but also a very excitable dog. So it's kind of cool. I like it. It's a great mix. Uh-oh. Notifications. All right, guys, it's 10:02. Let's take a look at our numbers here. I think he's got a little bit of an eyesight problem though. I think he's gonna go blind early. Taking you guys over to the other page here. Let's look at that off exchange. 46.33. I think around this time of the morning, I would expect to be at 49%. We'll probably be around, if I'm going to guess, I'd say 52 or 53% on the off exchange. Let's see where we're at. Yep, 53.14. That EDGX did come down a little bit to 14.42, which is still much higher than the 2-day or the 30-day average. The 53.14 is above the 30-day average, so definitely some elevated numbers there. See, 5, 6, 7, 67.5% traded through the dark pools for the so far today. Those are high numbers. Taking a look at Ortex here, guys, you can see that there's already 2 million shares having been reported as returned. 2.05. That's going to lower the estimated short share interest of the free float to 21.33. Again, based on that picture that I was telling you guys before, as they show return shares, I can almost guarantee you that they're going to, if you were gonna see price run, right? You don't want to have anything on the books that could become additional short interest that is still on the books. So you want to close those positions. So anything way back here, these three particular points in time probably had some short interest that was open. So they might want to close those out before running the price, which is why you might see returns of shares on days like today. So those three specific points in time, there was probably short interest that was open during those periods of time that are potentially being closed out. Oh, son of a gun. Let me take you guys to the main page just because you couldn't see what I was talking about. Sorry about that. Right here, these 3 points in time. So the reason that I come up with this is that the average on loan age per day is like 66 days. So that kind of puts us right about here in time. So it would be, forget this stuff over here, but it'd be that half of the side of the circle, some of this in here and some of this in here, that they would be closing out that short interest. Actually, I drew my line in wrong here. Hold on a second. What I need to do is I need to draw the line back from where we're currently at in price. So it would be everything that's, there we go. That's better. So let's get rid of this. So it's actually everything that's in here. They're going to try and close out that short interest before they let, before they would let the price run. They're going to want to close out that short interest, because as it stands right now, because the price is lower than that amount, then this is in the money as it stands. So that's likely what we're seeing happening right now. Moving on to the options. And you'll notice too, like the volume for today on the short interest is not very high. Current call volume at $20 strike price. An hour ago there was 3.9 thousand contracts. Now there's 7.1. At an $18 strike price an hour ago, there was 2.4 thousand contracts for puts. There is now 3.8. So pretty much a 2-to-1 ratio in volume. Still signaling a closing price of around 19 today. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME not in the top 10. AMC was 14th an hour ago, still is 14th. We have a 64% buy to 36% sell ratio. And let's see here. GME not making it onto the top 30 list for volume. He just came over and sat over and sighed next to me. I think he's giving up. Shares borrowed in the last hour. Nothing, just returns. 28,000 contracts are in the money on the calls. 102.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. SSR trigger is for 1598. The Nasdaq is up 1.98, Dow Jones is up 1.33, and the S&P 500 is up 1.55. The market is rocketing with 5,663 advancers to 1,825 decliners. The VIX is down 8.33%. IWM is up 1.9. Tesla is up 4.75. Amazon is up 0.58. Sinmark is up 5.17. Doge is up 2.6. Bitcoin is up 3.93. GME is up 4.42. Hood is up 1.27. And AMC is up 2.9. Same as where it was an hour ago. We currently have more outflow than inflow by a 4 million spread. And let's see what our volume's doing. Looks like it's slowing down even further. We're at 99 minutes into the trading day. We're averaging close to about 40. We're averaging a pace for 47 million shares traded for the day today. Volume is definitely dropping off here as the day moves forward. I think we're going to get just a bunch of sidewards trading. That's what it seems like. We've seen this play out before. When was it? Let's go back a little bit. I want to say it was recent. Maybe this one. Just kind of did like a bunch of up and down stuff until it spiked a little bit. Ultimately, it ended up closing out pretty much sideways. Starting to feel kind of very similar patterns in the very first beginning portion of the day. But we could very well see something similar today. Let me just draw out like a wedge. I think what you got going on here is, you had like a sharp movement downwards and a knee-jerk reaction to correct for that. So you had a breakout on the wedge on either side. It was just like an opposite reaction to this happening down here. So I'm just going to go ahead and draw out the wedge like it stands. As far as which way this is going to break, volume is decreasing, and let's see what we got going on here. Volume is decreasing with price slightly increasing, which could be a breakout going down. Well, let's put our box in here. I would expect a breakout right around there. The start time for that is 11:39. I might move it back to 11:30. Yeah, I'm going to keep it right there. I don't think it's a flag. I mean, let me check. Let me go back out here and just kind of look at it, but it doesn't really. No, I don't think so. I mean, we got 3 days. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it could be. It very well could be. Um, I think it's a possibility. It just depends on how I draw it, but hold on a second. Let me get rid of this. It could be. It very well could be. I'm gonna go with a yes there. Legendary. It's a good call. Good call out. Good call out. I see a potential BBIG's taking off according to the Merga I'm saying that. I'm destroying it. Don't even listen to me. Yeah, it's nice work. Nice job seeing that. I mean, it's definitely on a 30-minute interval here. This is, if I draw this out to like an hour, you can definitely see the flag. It doesn't, even on an hour, it doesn't look like it, but on the daily, you can see a little bit of a flagpole, I'm sure. It's a 3-day flagpole with a 3-day flag pennant, right? And then it does appear that the pennant is indeed traveling in a descending parallel channel, right? So this is an indicator that would break out going back up. So yeah, absolutely. Good shout out. It's funny because like I don't I don't normally see it when people shout it out, and apparently I got made fun of for that once. So uh, Stonkmaster said that he was laughing at me one time because he was pointing something out and I just didn't see it, and he was like, "It's obvious, it's obvious." So Gary says on phone with JP. Wait, what? I'm not reading what you guys are saying here. Good morning, Dan. Keto says one. Oh, thank you, Keto. That is awesome, man. You know what? Um, Thank you for that. I know what that is. Those are your five whys, and I appreciate that. I just copied them, and I'm gonna post them in my notes here just because I want to talk about it later, and I want to use you as an example. I'm gonna use you as an example. I like that. Thanks for stepping up and doing the five whys. The last one I don't know if it works, but yeah, that's great, man. Thank you. I think you need work on that last one. Nikki, apparently they're standing down, so perhaps that's why the markets are doing as well as they are today. ABC says, I noticed many below 100 share purchases in time and sales. Normally, you only see that in the after hours. So what I would suggest is that there's a possibility. I think you see that normally, ABC, when liquidity is starting to become hard to find. When there's not a whole lot of shares in the market, they trade whatever they possibly can. They start getting desperate and they don't group things, they don't lump things together. They just start trading everything. Trade it all. Throw in the kitchen sink. Keto says, can the SEC force margin calls? I feel the SEC is asking for hedge funds to close, but they can't, no shares, so the Fed will force margin calls since they've been given plenty of time with no results. I tend to agree with you, Keto. Nikki, that's what I only saw that on U.S. news. I was not looking at. Actually, I don't even know what news that source that was. Let me check and see. Hold on a second. Uh, I mean, usually where I like to get my news, guys. Um, I'm not a Fox guy. I'm not a CNN guy. I used to be both. Believe it or not, I used to surf CNN for a while. I used to surf Fox for a while. I used to search, uh, and it's not Yahoo. Don't even start with me with Yahoo. I just can't with Yahoo. That's junk. But now what I do is I go to, well, there's one of two things that I do. I either get my news from going to Google, typing in news, and then clicking on the news tab and see what pops up there, because then they just kind of like list like a bunch of different sources for news for top headlines. Or I get it from Reddit. I prefer most of my breaking news through Reddit. Reddit's homepage is actually really good about reporting top news stories if you want it. Um, so let me see here. Okay, it looks like we're having a breakout here a little early. It does say this is from Al Jazeera. It says Putin says ready for talks on security, NATO concerns, live news. Um, That's not where I got my information from before, but that's just one that's showing up right now. News briefings, Scholz, Putin talks, Trump accountant quits. Looks like this is like a conglomeration of news items from NPR, but it's talking about Scholz, Putin talks. It sounds like the reportings that we were getting is that some soldiers were heading back to their base. So yeah, I really like to see both sides too, Nikki. I'm completely 100% the same way. Like I don't really take my news from any one given source anymore. Um, I don't like my news to be filtered by agendas. And I feel like it's just better to be like a freelance news source gatherer. Oh, Watcher, you bring up a great point. We had a good last week. You think this week will rise further? I do. I do think this week will rise further. But the point that you're bringing up right there is that I forgot to put my poll for price predictions for the end of the week. And that's unacceptable. I forgot to do that yesterday. So let me get it in here real quick. Hold on a second. Let me think. All right, there you go. Thank you for reminding me, Watcher. It's a day late, but only $1 short. So there it is, guys. There's your poll price prediction for the end of the week. 10 to 15, 15 to 20, 20 to 25, or 25 to 30. Let me show you guys, or I'm just going to read off to you guys last week votes. We had 200 people vote last week. By the way, that is a record-setting vote on this channel. Congratulations, I guess. Price prediction for the end of the week last week was 15 to 20. 15 to 20. I think what did we close last week? What was last week's date? The 11th. We closed at 1881. So you guys nailed it. You guys nailed it. 38% of you predicted the correct closing price within a $5 range last week. 38% out of 200. So what would that be? 72 people? 76 people got the correct price prediction within a $5 range. 28% said between, oh my gosh, I did my signs backwards. What? How did I do that? My sign in the poll for this week, guys, is backwards. I think it is. Let me go back and see. I just realized. You guys can laugh at me. I don't know if any of you guys picked it up, but it says greater than 10 to 15. It should be less than 10 to 15. I got my sign backwards. Well, you know what it means. It means less than 10. I just realized as I was looking at the poll from last week, I was looking at going like, wait a minute, why does that look different than what I just wrote? Oh yeah, because that's right. 28% of you said between 10 and $15, so you got it wrong. 17% of you said between 25 and 30, and you got it wrong. And 14% of you said 20 to 25, and you got it wrong. So it happens. It happens. It's just for fun. It's just for fun. I'm just giving you guys a hard time for those of you who didn't get it. It's not all the time, Watcher. I actually just started. Last week was Batman. This week I'm putting up Uncharted. I figured I should do like a different movie, each week or something like that. And just, I don't know. I'm trying to help support AMC, man. Um, I'm invested in it. If I'm going to do anything that advertises to you whatsoever, I should probably do something that relates to the company I'm invested in, right? Like, it seems like it's the most appropriate thing to do. I originally started out with the Matrix stuff like raining down in the background, but I told my son, I was like, I think it'd be cooler to put up like trailers of movies that are currently coming out. I mean, if you guys feel like it's advertising, I don't want you guys to feel like that's advertising, right? It kind of is, but I don't want you to feel that way. So if you guys legit feel like I'm trying to pressure you into going to see a movie with what's playing in the background, I'll change it. Just let me know. Because I don't, um, it's getting, James, I shouldn't say this, but I'm just trying to be truthful here, but it's actually getting terrible reviews right now from the critics. Watcher says, or another idea is AMC hype trailer behind you. Yeah, absolutely. I could have, um, I don't know. I don't know what I could put up there. I'll think about it. I mean, it seems like I've got like a lot of different things I could do. Guys, I'm gonna go to break. I'm gonna come back 10 minutes late because I'm leaving 10 minutes late. So I'll be back at 11:10. And I'm gonna come up with my 5 whys. I would challenge you, or you don't have to if you don't want to, but I would challenge you guys to come up with your 5 whys as to why you are in this play. Why are you here? Why do you think AMC is the play for you? And I'll tell you why I think that's important because I really think that we have a lot of new apes that are coming. There's going to be a lot of new investors who are thinking about investing in AMC, and I want you to think back to when you first became an investor in AMC and who helped you? Who helped you to realize what was going on or what wasn't going on? Did you get good help? Son of a gun. Hold on a second, guys. I gotta fix this thing again. I don't know what the heck is going on with it or why it's acting this way, but all right, there we go. Fixed it. But I want you guys to know your whys so that when we do have new apes coming in, there will be people. I want you guys to be prepared, right? Like not just prepared because prepared for yourself, but you need to help others. Um, I'm trying to lead by example. I'm helping others. I want you guys to start now helping others. I want you to be an extension of what it is that I'm trying to show you how to do. So go out and help others. I'm not telling you to come and bring them back here. That's not what I'm telling you to do. What I'm telling you to do is make sure that you understand that make sure that the people who are coming into this play know what's going to happen. Don't just sit there and tell them buy and hold, right? Like let them understand what it is what it means to be invested in this stock. Why it's important to be a diamond-handed ape. You know, don't just throw out key catchphrases like buy and hold, to the moon, like literally help people out because that's what we really need to grow as a community to be able to get this stock to where to get to MOASS. That's what we need. We need people who are ambassadors of shareholder ambassadors. That's what we need. So I'm putting it on you guys. I'm putting it on you to sit down and take a look at what your 5 whys are, and knowing what your convictions are and why you're in this play. Because when people ask you, you need to know. You need to know, and it shouldn't be like, well, because market manipulation and like no, like you should know this stuff. Like just be able to rattle it out. You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to help you guys get there. We'll get there together because I haven't actually sat down and written out my whys either. So let's see here. We'll be back. I'll be back at 11:10, and we'll cover it then. This is a learning channel. We grow together. Let's do it. See you guys after break. Alrighty, I'm back. Let's take you guys over to the other page here. Let me see what you guys are writing real quick here first before I go. Inverse of the SPY. I haven't. We'll have to take a look at it here in just a minute, guys. We can. Did you read what I said about JP Morgan when I called? Did you call me? We saw. I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about as far as what you mean by when you called, but we did see the article for JP Morgan yesterday. I'm a little out of it, guys. I was taking a nap when my alarm went off, and I was like, oh, you know, like feeling like I'm still trying to come to here. But let's see here. Let's take a look at all the numbers. We'll a look at the SPY, and then we did look at JP Morgan earlier this morning. JP Morgan with their issues that they have going on with being investigated. We can take a look at the article again here. Let me go ahead and pull you guys over to the other screen. Taking a look at the Off Exchange first. 53.14 and 14.42 is now 55.21 and 14.11. So definitely a lot of price suppression right now through the Off Exchange. Moving down to Ortex, I have mentioned to you guys before that when we see either a return or a borrow of 3 million shares or more, we usually see price improvement. Currently showing 2.87 million shares having been returned. An hour ago it was 2.05. That's going to lower the short share interest of the free float down to 21.26. As I've suggested to you guys in the past, short share interest of the free float dropping dramatically right before a price increase is very common. Why? Because they don't want any of that short interest on the books anymore, just like I was telling you earlier. They don't want the short interest on the books as much as they want as much of the short interest off the books before the price rises. They don't want to get locked in place with a bunch of short interest open when price gets up there. So we can take a look at that here in a minute, and I'll show it to you guys again. Moving over to options. Highest amount of call volume at a $20 strike price an hour ago was 7.1 thousand contracts, has doubled to 15.4, more than doubled, 15.4 thousand contracts. On the puts, the total amount of volume on an $18 strike price has gone up from 3.8 to 6.3. Taking you back over the main page here, I'll go ahead and show you guys that image that I'm talking about as far as short interest goes. So what you have here is a line that I just kind of drew across to the 66-day mark, or roughly the 66-day mark of how much the on loan average age per day is, and everything that's above that line is short interest that was probably opened in price ranges above the line, meaning that's short interest that was created during a period of time back here that they probably want to close out while they can because it's still in the money. So they'll try to close out as much of that short interest as possible before they. How much of that there is, I guess we'll see. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC currently not in the top 10. We've been holding 14th position for most of the morning, still are. We have a 62% buy to 34% sell ratio. Did I say 32? I meant 38. I don't know what I said. GMEs found their way onto the list here at number 30 in volume with 57% buys to 43% sell ratio. It's kind of low. It's kind of rough right now for them. Shares borrowed for the day-to-day. Just returns right now. So far for the day, So far for the day-to-day, 5.1 million shares having been borrowed. 31.2 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 105.2 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. SSR trigger was 1598. The Nasdaq is up 1.7. Dow Jones is up 1.07. S&P 500 is up 1.2. The market is rocketing upwards with 5,600. Let's do a comparison. I kind of want to do this real quick. I know somebody wanted to check SPY, but let me just do this real fast. Let's take there we go. I'm going to get rid of all this junk in here. Take this down to a 1 minute. So I'm suggesting that today looks much like this right here. I'm going to compare it. A little bit. It's somewhat similar, but not quite. I mean, the price did kind of hang out down a little bit lower first. So this actually had the rip up. The first rip up a little bit earlier. We delayed on today's price movement, and then finally caught up to it. So I would suggest that almost like it's looking like this right here, right? Like if you moved it forward, it matches up pretty well. Yeah, there's just some there's some similarities and then things that aren't so similar. I mean, like you can take like this downwards momentum right here that looks very similar. A portion of this right here, this downwards trend right here, kind of looks like this right here. Some of this upwards sliding trend is actually sideways on this one, but then you can match up that right there. It almost looks identical. So it's like we're trading this pattern, but on a different time scale. Like the timing just doesn't match up. So I'm going to leave this like it is, and we'll see what happens for the rest of the day and see if we end up coming out really close to, looks like the finishing for the day would signal around, let me just make sure I got this lined up. Maybe like 1851. So we'll see if it holds. All right. I'm cutting out. No, you're cutting out, man. My sound levels look good from my end. We are still, I would suggest that we're still following what looks to be like the flag here. We should have a breakout, 2, 3, potentially by the end of the day. Because if I remember correctly, this run up here took 1, 2 days. And the flag started, so 1, 2 days. So we should have a breakout here pretty soon. I mean, it definitely looked like it tried to. I moved my mic a little bit closer, Anthony. But it does look like I'm having internet issues here, so as far as connectivity, um, it is what it is, guys. It is what it is. Let's do the comparison real quick as SPY, and then we're going to go over our 5 whys. That's not right. Ah, son of a gun. No, I already did it backwards. Tough titty. Okay, so looks like we're traversing. So you can see my line on the left-hand side matching up with the right-hand side. So we did the traversing kind of upwards. Then we did the move down first, and then they shortly thereafter moved down. Then we moved back up long before they moved back up, and then we moved back down again before they even still again no movement. And then here we started moving up together, and then again, we started moving up together right around here. So this whole movement right here, this up and down in AMC's price right here, uh, sideways trading was happening over here. Then we started doing a much smaller up and down movement as price started going up on on SPY. Consolidation. Our price starts to rip. It looks like there's periods of time where it matches, and then periods of time where it looks like there's consolidation. But we definitely both started the downtrend at the same time. Yeah. So I don't know if I'd say necessarily inverse like movements, but there's consolidation happening on SPY that while we're making big and we're making big moves both directions. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Have a good one, Gary. Somebody has to pay for the shares, so I'm going to work it out. I wish I could help you, Gary. I wasn't going to call them. I thought, yeah, I'm glad you're calling them. It's a good thing that you're calling them because you need to. No, it doesn't, Anthony. It really doesn't. It looks different. Yeah, Lou says a lot of stuff at him. 500% Manjeet. Yeah, I'm not sure why. If I had to guess why it's smoky looking, it's probably because I have poor connectivity. Let me try something. Because I see it. I see what it is you're talking about. On on the live stream, I see the same exact thing you're talking about. I'm actually seeing it being smoky as well. But if I had to guess, um, it looks to me like they're. It says I have an excellent connection right now, so I don't know why it's doing that. The stream health. Let me check it. It says excellent. It says the stream health is excellent. I don't know why it's smoky. Now it looks better. It looks better to me now. I don't know what I went backwards in the video and then I went forwards to live again and it looks normal now. So I don't know what the deal is, but I was seeing it blurry too as well. But anyways, let's move on to the 5 whys, guys. So let's talk about this real quick. I want you guys to be ready for the future. That's always what I'm trying to plan. I'm always trying to make sure you guys are ready for the future. I want you to know what your 5 whys are. Why are you here? Why are you invested in AMC? And the reason that I say this is because if there is going to be price movements where we start to rip in the near future, there's going to be people who are going to ask you questions about AMC and the investment in AMC. And I don't want you to be caught off guard. I want you guys to be ready for this. So, what I want you to do is I want you to maybe take some time and sit down and actually write out your 5 whys. I spent a little bit of time when I was on break doing it. Keto was doing it earlier. Keto's, I'm just going to use you as a reference here. Keto's number 1 is community is unprecedented. Number 2, risk reward is off the charts. 3, to expose Wall Street, enjoy fair markets going forward. 4, lesson on patience resolve. And 5, I had a talk with the future me. He said, diamond hands, baby. So, I think that's awesome. That's great. That's a great 5 whys. The way the 5 whys are supposed to work, though, is that each one is supposed to build off the next one. So the first why is it's literally like a little kid sitting there going, why? Why? It's like you tell the kid, you say, um, the sun is hot, and they go, why? And you go, because it radiates radiation, sunlight. Why? And it's just like you could just keep asking, right? So that's really how the whys are supposed to work. So the very first question is that we have to answer is why are we here? Why are we part of investing in AMC? And um, my number 1 is I wanted to be a part of a movement to fix a broken system. That was my very first reason. When I first heard about everything that was happening, I heard about GME, I heard about Wall Street Bets, and I said, you know what? I want to be a part of that. I bought 2 shares of GME at it was $325 a piece. So for $325 a piece, or 650 bucks, for 650 bucks, I bought 2 shares of GME. And I just wanted to be a part of a movement. I've been saying since the early 2000s that I thought that the financial market system was rigged and broken because of hedge funds, and I've been trying to spread you know knowledge around to people, telling them how crappy and it is. If you the one thing is, though, in the marketplaces is that I believe that if you just buy into it and you buy in sound investments, over time you'll do well. But if you're trying to sit there to make a buck, like if you're consistently trying to make a living out of playing on the stock market or something like that, it becomes very, very difficult. There's a lot of or it can be difficult, especially during a bear market. So anybody can make money during bull market, guys, and we're in a bull market right now. So um, but I want to be a part of a movement to fix a broken system. That was the first reason why I got into this. It had nothing to do with I wanted to make money. I bought 2 freaking shares. That's it. That's all I bought. Now I did sell the rest of my positions to be able to move more into GME at the time, but I hadn't gotten there yet. I was more or less just like, well, let's just get in. I just want to get in. I just want to be a part of the movement. So that was my first why. The second why. Why did I want to be part of a movement to fix a broken system? I'm tired of watching, and I said this, I'm tired of watching retail investors, including myself, losing money on their investments and homes due to market fraud. I'm tired of it. I'm just sick and tired of it. I've gone through 2 market crashes or corrections, whatever you want to call it, 2001, 2009, and I also had a house in 2009 where I watched the housing market go completely upside down, where I had a house that was valued at $325,000 and it went down to 150. It was rough. It was really, really, really rough. And I'm tired of it. I'm tired of the system and the way it runs. Why? We've never had a method by which to counter the algorithmic trading of the institutions until now. Why is it the way? Why is there market fraud? It's because we've never had a way to fix it. We've never had a way to make an impact in such a way that we could fix the system. Because otherwise, the system, unless there's an inherent failure in the system, they don't see that there needs to be a fix. So when 2001 happened, some laws and regulations were made. When 2009, some laws and regulations were made from 2009, but it's still broken. So why? Why is it different now? Well, we have a social media that allows us to be vocal about our investments in real time. That's why. If we didn't have social media to be able to contact each other and talk to each other about what it is that we wanted to do, Wall Street bets would have never been a thing. And the idea that you could have a whole bunch of investors decide that they wanted to get together to save a company would have never happened. Now, I want you guys to realize my whys don't have to be your whys. I have another why coming up here, but my whys don't have to be your whys. They're my whys. Your whys have to be your whys. They don't have to be perfect. But if you can add to every single one of the statements that I've made, and you could, some people may say, well, I'm just here because I want to make money. That's cool. Number 3 is we've never had a method by which to counter the algorithmic trading of the institutions until now. Until now. Why? Why until now? Because we have something called buy and hold. And it's been proven to work over multiple stocks over multiple times. Why does it work? Because we have social media that allows us to be vocal with each other about our investments in real time. Why? Because as humans, this is my final why. As humans, we desire community. That's what I'm here doing. I'm here building a community. I'm here providing a place where we can all sit here and talk about what it is that we're doing. That's the 5 whys. I'm documenting history right here. I'm documenting history for every single one of us to be able to watch what's happening real time as it's happening. So I would say, in my estimation of why I'm here, it's because I think we have a community and I want to build that. So that's my whys. Now I want you guys to do the same thing. I want you to sit down. I want you to come up with your whys. And when somebody comes up and asks you why are you invested in this, you can have a reason. Have a good reason. My reason? I've got a community. I've got a community of investors who I know who I can see through both information on a daily basis that I can see who are buying and holding through a system to fix it, a broken system, because they want to make a difference. They want to make a change. And maybe they want to get rich along the way too. That's fine. It's okay. I'd say your pain and suffering is probably should be rewarded. So that's why I'm here. Yep, DFV broke the code. He's our Neo. You're absolutely right. But the only reason he could break the code, though, I would say, Donkey Kong, is because social media. If he didn't have social media on his side, he never would have been able to do what he did, right? He wouldn't have been able to go out and tell other people like, hey, if we just do this, something amazing could happen. But because he had a platform, he was able to do it. Let me see what you guys are writing. James says, after all I've learned this past year, I have 50 whys. That's great. You know what that tells me, James? It tells me you're ready. It tells me that you're ready to be a person who can talk to somebody else about what it is that you're doing here. Know those 50 whys, know them inside and out, and be ready to tell people when they come to you. Like, this is why I buy and hold. Be ready for it, because it will come. You have to build it, though. Do you guys remember when I played the Don't Make Me Break Out James Earl Jones on you guys? Don't make me do it. I will. I'll break him out. Build your community. Why ask why drink Bud Dry? Not with the Super Bowl commercials. Yeah, I hear you, Anthony. I definitely hear you. That kitchen sink is definitely formidable looking. Joe says, one, I want our freedom. I want to get out of this race and to be free. Two, be the backbone of my family, my girl, and for our future children. And three, I want a fast car, big house, and shit in my employer. Oh, wow. Okay. Four, I learned a lot by participating in this movement. And five, I like hurting the 1% and more fair market. Joe says, song request. I really should have searched for a song this morning to fit my whys. That might have to be tomorrow's. Let me go back up to my song request list and put it up there. All right, it's up there. Yes, I do, ABC. 100%. This is why I'm gonna hate this word. I'm gonna absolutely hate this word after I get done with today. But this is why I show you guys on a daily basis all the numbers, because we have to be very diligent about making sure we watch all the numbers. What's the most important number that we watch? I know you know what it is. I don't even have to tell you. I know you know. DFV is deep fucking value. It's David. It sounds like maybe you don't know the history here. He was on Wall Street Bets, and he basically was the person who kind of theorized that by buying and holding shares, that you could cause a gamma squeeze on a company that was being shorted by overly shorted by hedge funds into the ground, and that company happened to be GameStop. Yes, and Doctor just said DFV is Keith Gill, and also known as Roaring Kitty. So, but yeah, I mean, he's literally the reason that every single one of us are here. Um, I learned buy and hold back in 2001. I learned a really hard lesson that way. But you can't, you buy and hold doesn't work as well, it does work as an individual, but buy and hold to fix the system doesn't work as a single individual. It takes many people to make a stand for buy and hold to work. Nikki says volume, that's correct. DFV, Einstein says volume, that's correct. Ali says volume, that's correct. But Donkey Kong says silicon. No, he said yes. James praise. And Dr. Zeno says DFV is Messiah. Um, I don't know if I'll go that far, but he's a smart guy. There's nothing wrong with being late to the party. I wouldn't consider May as being late, but what I would say, David, is I go back and I'd research some of this stuff, right? Like understand the origins of what it is that you're involved in, um, because shortly from now, there's going to be a very near future where you're going to be the person who's the expert, okay? And people are going to want to know why. Why are you the expert? Why do you know what you know? And so, if you don't know these things, if you don't understand the past, then you're not going to be able to help people in the future. So we gotta start training to be better. Oh, but Donkey Kong, they will call us all kinds of things. I'm pretty sure of it. Einstein says silicon is a good substitute. But yes, volume is the correct answer, guys. Volume is the correct answer. They can throw all kinds of numbers at us. They can throw the price up, they can throw the price down. But if you're watching that volume and the volume is still growing, what would you believe is happening? What would you believe is happening? Don't be fooled by the noise. Boris says, time for a new generation to take over, prefer to help than wait for violence. Yeah. I mean, I like that statement, Boris. I really do. What you're saying is we're taking a peaceful approach to forcing change. And I like that. I really do like that. I mean, when they say the whole adage, the pen is mightier than the sword, that's what we're doing here. We're using pens. Sign me up for X amount of shares, please. That's our sword. Doctor says I see two possibilities. Either we are 100% correct on this or we will all be idiots. Well, I'm an idiot with you then. And I stand on that. I'll stand on that soapbox. Man, G, you've been here for a long time. You've been here for a long time. You know my answers. I'll give it again, but I feel like you should know my answers on these things. Uh, Can the government offer a price? Yes, anything's possible. They certainly could offer a price. Could also about I don't know what his price prediction is but I don't care. I'm not here for price predictions. That's really, I mean, I do it for fun because we're just trying to keep sharp with the numbers. But I'm not here to do price predictions. I'm here to look at indicators. That's what I'm here for. So I'm just going to continue to hold until I see the indicators that tell me what I know about the squeeze. But Donkey Kong says I've been called worse. David said talking head on Bloomberg saying going to T0 is a danger. You know what kind of threw me off a little bit, David, is that Hester, what was her last name again? Hester Prince Price, Hester something. It starts with a P. Anyways, Hester voted for that, and I started to think like as she started to speak, I started playing this, and then she started saying like some positive things about the whole T0, and I was like, what's going on here? Is T0 something we really want? It started making me think. I was like, hmm. She's been against everything else that we've wanted so bad and had such terrible reasoning for it, and she didn't have great reasoning for wanting T0. And so I just kind of was like, made me wonder. I was like, what's going on? Remember, Manjeet, more than anything, what you put into you is what you get out, right? As a triathlete, as a former triathlete, I can tell you that when you feed your body junk, your body responds with junk. So if you're going to pump junk into your head is going to give you junk back. Don't pump junk. This is your head on. I'm gonna do a video. I swear to you, I'm gonna do a video from the 80s. This is your brain on drugs. Don't do drugs. You know what I'm saying? Like fill your head with knowledge, Anjeet. Fill your head with smart people. Don't fill your head with people who are train wrecks. Unless you just simply want entertainment. If you just want to have entertainment and and a great time laughing at something, there's plenty of stuff like that out there. Um, and great. But fill your head with knowledge. Fill your head with knowledge. Pierce, thank you. Couldn't remember that last name. Oh, I don't know who cares if it's the real Lou or not. We're all the same here, guys. We're all the same. If Trey came onto this channel right now, I'd be like, "Hey Trey, man, how's it going?" You know what I'm saying? Like he's no better than any of the rest of us. He's just another guy. I'm just another guy. I'm not better than any one of you. I'm no better. I am equal. I'm a complete equal. If I ran across you in the street before this, you wouldn't know me from anybody else. I'm one of you. We're all one of each other. Nobody is special here, but we're all special because we're part of something that's greater, a community. But Donkey Kong says Lou's a funny guy. I don't disagree. I think he is a funny guy. Nikki's like, hey, I'm special. And so's Remtech. We are very special, right? But what I'm trying to say is that none of us are better than each other. There's nothing that says that, Nikki, that you may have abilities that nobody else has. Remtac may have abilities that nobody else has, but that doesn't make you better. Your life is just as valuable as everybody else's life. We're all equal. Ah, so true, David. So true. Yeah, my words are bad, guys. I think you guys understand what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is we are all special. We are all special, but we're not uniquely special in a way to where we're better than everybody else, right? Sure, um, you might be an Olympian athlete and are an amazing athlete, or sure, you might be the president of the United States of America, or yes, you may be um, a subway worker, somebody who works at Subway, or you might be somebody who works construction. Your life is no, you are a real human. The value of your life is just as important as everybody else's. A president can be replaced just as easily as anybody else. Like all those people are just people, right? James is all 2 weeks. Anyways, I gave you guys my 5 whys. Make sure you sit down and do your 5 whys. It takes some time because I promise you guys, I promise you in the very near future, there's going to be people coming and asking you questions. And if you're not ready to give them your whys, to tell them why you're in this, if you haven't practiced to to be able to say what it is that you believe, then you're going to look like that monkey. And I don't care that you look like a monkey. I want you to look like a monkey, maybe even tell them a great reason why and then go or something like that afterwards. But you know what I'm saying? Like, or maybe just like you go like, give them your 5 whys and be like, well, and then there's also this. You know, throw them out your big old diamond hands. But you know, just be ready for people to talk to you. Yeah, that's good. I'm glad to hear that, Nikki. Dr. Zeno says my 5 whys are money, 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 money. That's great, doctor. But on a serious note, though, if somebody comes up to you and they say, "Doctor, why are you invested in AMC?" and you just say money, 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 how are you going to help that person to understand what's happening here? How are you going to help that person understand what's happening? Because you have to ask yourself, is that going to build a good foundation, or is that just going to have a FOMO buyer? Because I think FOMO buyers are cool, but I don't think we're here to just create the next level of people below us for a pyramid scheme. That's not what this is about, right? We're not here about trying to get the next wave of investors to come in and then so we can make turn them all into a bunch of bag holders. That's not what this is about, right? So don't start somebody off down that road of FOMO buying. Make sure they really know what it is and what it means to be an investor in this play. Like take the time to talk about what's happening here. Doctor says, "Oh, doctor's applying the pressure. I'll point them to your upcoming intro and AMC video." Okay. Okay. All right. Fine, doctor. I'm writing it down. I gotta write it down, else I'm gonna forget. Let's see. Where should I put it? Let's go over here. It's going on my list, doctor. Intro video. Guys, in 2 hours from now, Gary Gensler will be doing that interview. So I will try to stream that for you guys. I don't know if I'll be able to get it or not, but I'll try. I'll try my darndest. We'll see what happens. Nikki. Oh, fine. Wait, where did it go? Oh, yeah, here it is. There it is. There you go, Nikki. Pour some sugar. Oh, man. I love it when everybody starts to like actually focus in on the face, like who haven't seen this before, and they go like, I feel so torn. That's the best part. They go like, this makes me happy and sad at the same time. Oh man. Oh wait, oops, wrong one. Sorry. That was Santa. David says, my reason for being in this was my early addiction to Jim Rohn's audio seminar titled Take Charge of Your Life. It's on YouTube and it's 4 hours of brilliance. Um, I don't know that my ADD would allow me to sit through that. Alex, I mean, I feel like what you just said right there, beyond money, AMC is a recovering company, and I believe in Adam Aaron. Plus, I want to see it stick it to the man. I feel like I'm right there with you. I really do. Roger that, doctor. Casey Claus. uh, apparently Einstein, you forgot what it stands for. Kris Kringle. You didn't realize that Kris Kringle was with a K and a C, did you? You had no idea. You had no idea. You always thought Chris was with a C, but you didn't think about the idea that it could have been with a K. I would, David. I would try to listen to it, but the ADD it's 4 hours, man. I barely can sit through movies unless it's like super intense. Like I just found out that the Batman movie is like 3 hours long. I'll probably make it through Batman, but if it was something slow, I don't know if I'd make it. Alex said we need to get the truckers to honk Wall Street. Maybe our truckers here in the U.S. will start doing the same thing. I don't know how you can sit through a 4-hour seminar with having ADD. Do you take medication, David? I mean, you don't have to tell. Please don't tell me. Don't tell me for real, but I feel like you'd need medication to be able to sit through something. Send the truckers to Crapadel. Oh, bird of prey. It stands for bird of prey. So, so funny story. Way, way, way long time ago, Cold Steel Bop was my gaming tag, and I've just always kept it. You know, it's I'm 45 years old. Now it's not Cold Steel, it's just Old Steel. But I don't know. I liked the name. I kept it. I'm not gonna change it. I don't see any need to. I even put it on resumes. I don't care. It is who I am. I'm not much of a gamer as I used to be, but somewhere inside of me there's still a child that loves to play games. And so when I see it, Cold Steel Bop, it makes me I don't know, makes me happy. I actually tried to change the Reddit name, but I was unable to. Um, I guess once you've created your Reddit name, it's stuck. I could create a new one for just AMKC and then just have that, which is it's not a terrible idea, but I didn't want to try to hide who I was as a person. So if you want to know my entire history and everything I've ever said and everything I've ever done, it's all there for you. You can see it. I'm not trying to hide anything. Um, that's me. And you might not even like all the stuff or agree with everything that you read in there, but it doesn't change the fact that I'm here doing the same thing that you're doing. It's time to go through the numbers, guys. I'll check it out, David. I'll check it out. Let me write it down here. Give me 1 second. I gotta go back up to where you said it originally. Let's see here. I can't promise you anything, man. I can't promise you anything because it's just like if you knew how much time I was putting into AMC right now, you would think I was a sick person. I feel like I'm constantly being pulled everywhere. So I do want to let you guys know on my break, I'm going to be heading over to I'm going to go to a space call. Um, be careful on Twitter right now, guys. Be careful. Space calls can be a little bit of the wild, wild west right now. So be very, very careful. That's all I want to say. I'm not going to expand on it or anything, but it is the wild, wild west in Twitter space calls. Just remember, what you put in here is what you get out. I have not even tried. Like we have an Oculus here, Joe, and I have not even tried it. One of the kids have, actually, two of the kids have one. We've got two, and I still have not tried it. And you know what it is? And I told this to my son. He's like, I have this like serious issue with gaming and how the quality of gaming has gone down since I don't know, probably about 10 to 12 years ago. And we have this like constant debate about it. But I feel like, we had VR stuff a long time ago. Graphics just weren't that great yet. They're better now, which is cool, but it's the technology is super, super old. It's just really old. I don't know. I don't think I quite think that I literally think that VR is not the future. I really don't. I think it's augmented reality through like glasses or something like that. But that's just me. And I'm going to take you guys over to the stats page because we've gone past the time for updates. And let's take a look at off exchange. We have 55.21% in the off exchange. The CBOE EDGX is at 14.11. We're going to refresh that, see where we're at. We're at 55.95, getting really close to 56% into the off exchange, and that CBOE EDGX has dropped a little bit to 13.47. Updating Ortex, negative 3.19. We should see in the past, and it hasn't been true lately, but in the past, whenever we broke 3%, or not 3%, but 3 million shares traded back in or borrowed, we would start seeing fireworks in price. So I don't know. All bets off nowadays because it doesn't seem to be the case anymore. But 3.19 million shares having been returned, that's going to again raise the estimated or lower the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 21.23. Again, guys, I can't stress to you enough that every single time we've ever seen a rip in price, it's always right after we have a dip in short interest. Always. So it's not necessarily a bad thing. Don't look at these indicators as being a bad indicator. It's actually a good indicator. Moving on to options. An hour ago at a $20 strike price, we had 15.4 thousand contracts for volume, and today it's at 17.9, or not today, but now it's at 17.9. On the puts at an $18 strike price, an hour ago was 6.3. It is now 7.1. So we definitely have a two and a half, almost a 2.5 to 1, or maybe it is 2.5 to 1 ratio of more call volume than put volume. Taking you guys back to the main page, let's take a look at volume of trades not making the top 10 list. We've been 14th all day today on AMC here. We have right now we're down to the bare minimum of 60-40% buy to sell ratio. Anthony's been saying, it seems like we don't have people who really just want to jump in on this right now, and he thinks that this kitchen sink is gone. I mean, I would tend to kind of sort of agree a little bit with what he's saying there. I do feel like there's a little bit of hesitation kind of going on from retail investors. We're not like piling into this right now. So there may not be a whole lot of huge amounts of buying pressure. And then GME here currently moving up, so they're getting some better volume. They went from 30th to 29th. They have 56% buys and 44% sales. So kind of rough, a little bit rough there. Rough. Ruffles have ridges. I didn't say that right. Ruffles have ridges. Shares having been borrowed, just looks like returns. 31.2 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls to 105.2 thousand contracts that are out of the money for the puts. SSR was 1598. The Nasdaq is up 1.74. Dow Jones is up 1.03. The S&P 500 is up 1.23. The market is launching with more buyers and sellers, with 5,660 advancers to 1,870 decliners. The VIX is down 6.64. IWM is up 2.15. Tesla is up 4.59. Amazon is down 0.14. Cinemark is up 5.64. Doge is up 2.42. Bitcoin is up 3.32. GME is up 4.8. Hood is up 0.22, and we are up 4.79. Taking a look at our inflow versus outflow, there is a 7 million spread with more outflow. And so far, we have traded 21.83 million shares for the day today. 225. We're on pace for about 37.8 million shares traded for the day. I said somewhere between 30 and 50 million. As far as volatility goes, my dog's growling now. He's sleeping, he's growling. He's angry at the dog in the backyard. Let's take a look here at the daily interval. More selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.43. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 55.8. On a 30-minute interval, slightly more. I'm going to go with slightly more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 57.07, which is just slightly above average. And a 5-minute interval, looks like we're about ready to cross over here with more buying pressure than selling pressure and an RSI of 54.27. Let's see how we look. There we are trading across. So this is 2 days ago. This is the month in purple is Monday's price pattern. And I feel like we're kind of doing like something kind of inverse of it. But potentially we'll probably close out the day very close to around the same price range. So perhaps around like 1850. Which sucks for me because my lower number is 19. But I believe 18 would be an update for us, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. Yeah, that would be an update for us. I think we're all going to get rewarded nicely, Jeff. I'm pretty sure of that. So I I just don't know. Like a lot of times, I think about the idea that I want to put out more videos beyond what I do for the 9 hours of streaming. And I actually had this discussion with Joe. Um, I think just the other day. Um, Joe says Apple's making those glasses. Yeah. So you know, part of the reason why I do a 9 hour stream is because again, I'm documenting history, and I think it's really important to take a look at these numbers and have them continuously streaming throughout the day. I can't tell you how many times I've gone back to see this information because um, there's something that I need to go back and review. Like maybe we forgot what happened, and we need to go back and see what happened during a certain moment in time. And it's nice to be able to do that. So. I don't think so, Bobby. I'm pretty sure it's costing him a lot of money. Thank you, David. I didn't mean to. I feel like maybe I came across wrong. I wasn't trying to guilt trip you guys. That's not what I was trying to do. I was more or less just saying like sometimes I'm just exhausted, and the idea of trying to watch a 4 hour video it seems very daunting. Like when I actually decide to like cut loose, I have to just completely drop everything. It's really weird. It's really weird like that for me. It's like it's all or nothing. I don't like I either put everything I have into something or I have nothing to put into it. It's kind of weird. And of course, he's not going to hear that because he left, and I'm just now reading it. I wasn't saying that, Bobby. That's not what I'm saying. I was saying just be careful. It's there's mm, just be careful, right? Like no matter where you go, it doesn't matter if it's YouTube, it doesn't matter if it's space calls, it doesn't matter if it's just general news, right? Like, I mean, are you gonna sit there and listen to Gasparino? Just be careful what you're listening to, right? Know what it is that you're hearing and try to make sense out of it, I guess. But yeah, but Donkey Kong's like, yeah, that's exactly what he's doing, but Donkey Kong. I have done extensive research on flat Earth theory, Joe. Extensive. So no, absolutely not. Lisa says, started. Welcome to the channel, Lisa. I haven't seen the name before. Started with 10 shares, almost sold some. Someone posted regarding 2008. Had no idea what hodl, shills, or bots were. Bought more, never sold. Holding for that fair market for our children and theirs. You know what, Lisa? Man, That's a cool story. It's 10 shares, but it's powerful. It is so powerful. Like once you find out the things that are happening, um, even just 10 shares makes it seem even more powerful. Like that's how I felt when I bought 2 shares of GME. And that's why I feel so crappy about having sold those 2 shares of GME. Yeah, I sold them. I 100% admit it. Why did I sell them? Because I wanted to buy more AMC. I regret it. To this day, I regret it. I really do. When you start to really understand the impact of buying and selling of the shares of the stock, your favorite stock that you're in, um, then it becomes more obvious to you how much of an impact that is. I'm gonna go and see if I can find. Nikki said she was gonna send me a message, and I'm looking for it, and I don't see it. Oh, there it is. I found it. How in the world did that happen? I have a feeling I'm not going to be able to stream this. Gary Gensler's interview with Liz Clayman. Hopefully, I'm not destroying her name. Do I stream snipe somebody? I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to stream snipe somebody. If somebody knows somebody who's streaming it, please let us know so that everybody can go over there and watch. I probably won't. I won't try to stream snipe anybody. I know this community enough well enough to know that there are people out there who are trying to make money doing what it is that they're doing out here, and I don't not support that. I just have a different philosophy, so I'm not going to try and steal from them. I would if it was if, but I know they're probably having to pay for it though. I think in order to have that Fox News channel, you got to pay for it. Let me go check and see. Hmm. Let's see. I actually might be able to watch it. 2 p.m., 3 p.m. I just see Cudlow at 3 o'clock. Oh, okay, 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock. Oh, it's locked. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see here. So I've got the link to it, but it does look like it might be locked. I don't know. We'll see what happens. As 2 o'clock comes near, we'll see if I can get into it. I can tell you ABC if you want. Started on well, I would say it really started on June 1st, right? If we go back and we take a look at it here on the daily, the big run to 72 was on the 2nd though. So June 2nd was like the big run to 72. And the day of the week was I'm gonna go with a Wednesday, but let's see. Yep, it was a Wednesday. And if I'm not mistaken, we had the Monday off, the 31st. Yeah, we did. We had Monday off that week, so it was really more like a Tuesday. But we had Monday off. Tuesday was another big run up day. Actually, Tuesday wasn't as much of a run up as the week before, but yeah, the Wednesday was huge. Badback was in here just a little bit ago. I don't always respond to all of his comments anymore, and I think some of you guys have blocked him, so you don't even know, you don't even realize when he's here. I don't know if you guys have or not, but I make that assumption, I guess. JP has not been around in a hot minute. Um, he has been gone for a little while. Rose says, "Do you think that they don't have enough shares to let it run because they will not be able to control it?" I mean, I feel like, Anthony could disagree with me, but I really feel like they do have a lot of shares right now. We watched them loan a crap ton of shares a week or two ago. I mean, just it was in the range of like 30 million shares over 4 days. And we still, and I, in my, based on what I'm seeing, I don't feel like they've really used them all. Oh, Badback thought he thought he was still in his other account. It says, "Dagon, you're welcome. You're sweet, Casey." Apparently, he changed his name. Who all can see? I can't read this name. Pen is pump. Who all can see pen is pump here? Raise your hand if you've got Badback blocked, and tell me if you can see pen is pump. Man, it's agonizing the delay. I gotta wait for everybody to say something. I'm like the only person who sees it. Oh, I know what it is, Porter. I know what it is. Pen is. It's definitely pen is pump. Because who wouldn't want to pump up pen? I have one here in the back of my bottom drawer. Yeah, I got a couple right here myself. Well, I don't know if, yeah, probably this one. The gel. All right, let's see where we're trying to go here in price. I mean, this is just kind of stagnating right now. This does kind of look like a Let's see here. It almost looks like an ascending broadening wedge, in which case the secondary point is touch point is here, which means price will probably come up to, I don't know, perhaps like 1884 before dropping back down underneath or outside the wedge. Joe and JP have communication together. Joe, why don't you reach out to JP for me and find out how he's doing? So somebody's saying here, who said it? Porter said inside an ascending channel. It's ascending broadening channel. You could make an argument that we're also in a descending parallel channel as well on a closer look at this portion of trading right here, um, which should be a breakout going up. I would expect us to probably hit that like 1890 again, maybe one more time, maybe slightly higher before falling down outside of this ascending broadening wedge. And if that is the case, if we do drop down out of there, then I would expect the price to go no lower than 1839. 1839 before having like a 61% chance in rocketing back up further. Yeah, that is an ugly George W. I agree. Lisa said AMC bigums on why there's additional fake shares on latest YouTube. I think we're gonna have to pay AMC bigums a. Thank you, Joe. I think we're gonna have to pay AMC bigums a visit if he's doing a live stream ever. I think he needs one.
You've talked a lot about things.
Let me see here. I actually do follow AMC bigums. I'm actually kind of, I guess, bullish on things that he has to say. I think I think he's got some pretty good insight. Oh my gosh. This is a 58-minute long video. I'm not that bullish. I can't I can't last that long. Does he ever do live? I don't see any lives in here. Sorry. I needed more sleep last night. I didn't get it. I definitely feel like It looks like he doesn't have any. Okay, here it says past live streams. Oh, he had one an hour ago. All right, next time he does a live view, guys, like I need a notification. How do I set up notifications? That's not it. I need to set up a notification to show me. How do I do that? Here. All right. Personalized. I want all. Okay. Hopefully next time he submits a live stream, we can go over there and hit him up. Yeah, I like him too. I like him too. That's why I want to go hit him up. Yeah, I feel that's kind of crappy. It says it was like an hour ago. We could have done it if only a little sooner. It's good to stretch, guys. Oh, there's JP. Work is amazing right now. Things are busy. Keep an eye on AMC for me. All right, JP. It's good to know that you're doing okay, man. I'm glad that we searched you and hunted you down and found out that you're okay. That's good. We love you too, man. Stay busy. Stay busy. You know, that's what I love about this community. Like, we take care of people. We take care of people. Um, you know, I was funny. It was funny. I was thinking about after all this is said and done, I was like, what if I invited all you all to come out to my place and I served you guys all that pulled pork. I could just make like massive amounts of pulled pork. That would be kind of fun. There's only probably about 900 or so of you. That's not that much pulled pork. We could do it. This is Texas. Everything's bigger over here in Texas. We got it covered. I think so, Dot Jinx. I think so. We have a very good family in here. A very good family. We've had our moments, but for the most part, a really healthy family. Remtax says I'm gonna bring my famous BBG baked. Oh man, mm, baked beans. How about no, Joe? How about no? Joe's secretly Michael Vick. Ooh, too soon, too soon. Did I tell you guys? That's probably. You want to know like one of my worst purchases ever? I bought Michael. I I bought like every single one of Michael Vick's rookie football cards that I could possibly get my hands on, and I was like, this kid's he's gonna be amazing. He's gonna be amazing. I just know it. I didn't look into his personal life. I had no idea what he was involved in. Um, yeah, I still have them. They're probably not worth anything. Probably not worth anything. You know, the sad part, the really sad part is that his little brother, was beating all of his records, his high school and his college records, and he done he done effed up his life too. It wasn't with dogfighting though; it was with something else. It's just like, man, guys, that's rough. Yeah. I mean, when you got that kind of money, is that what you like? I don't know. I guess there's so many ways I could take this. I don't know. When you have that much money, like like the whole dogfighting thing, like if that was part of your past, like there's people fighting now. You know, if you want to go see fights, you can go pay to see people fight people. You can get rid of the whole dog thing past. You know, you just let your past go. Go watch people fight people. Yes, Stone. When my dad was still alive, we went and stood in line The once and only time that I've been to Franklin's. No, maybe we did go twice. I think it was the once and only time. I can't remember. It was either once or twice I've gone there, but I have gone and sat outside waiting for them to open in freezing cold weather. Yes, Al. You can come. You can come, Al, but they're all the ladies have a 6 foot safety zone. If I see you 6 feet within any woman, I'm kicking you hell out of here. What's the deal with cleaning the books by March 3rd? Oh, is this a Lou thing? Is Lou saying that they've got to clean out the books before March 3rd? I have not heard this. Let me know what this is, Derek, because I haven't heard about this one. This is a new one. What's the deal? Let me check. Let me check Reddit real quick here, because Reddit's usually pretty good. Let me just check something out on my phone real quick here, guys. I don't know. I want to see if I can. If I have to get the interview through my phone, I will. I might have to go through my phone.
I can tell you the communities, and I said this to somebody, and then they showed me a study that was true.
This says this
I can tell you
Biden
whether
speaking
they
is live.
as renters or owners. When they're owners, that little circle is beautiful. It's planted. When they're renters, they're not. Doesn't mean there's anything wrong with renting, but it means engaging in the community. Look, folks, when middle class folks do well, there's never been a time the wealthy don't do very, very well. So, folks, let's stick to the people we need. Thank you for listening to me. May God bless you and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
All right, I just wanted to see if I could get something live off of Fox. I may end up having to watch the interview with Gary Gensler. Through this. So she's supposed to go on when I get back from my break, guys. So our power hour is going to consist of us listening to Gary Gensler have an interview with Liz Clayman. Oh, okay, so Lou mentioned it. Uh, I feel like Lou just says things to just make people say like to just come back for more. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe I should just start saying some crazy shit. Maybe I should just start saying crazy, crazy shit. Uh, what could I say? I don't know where he comes up with his stuff. It's so crazy that it's just crazy. You know, who comes up with the idea of maybe we should just all stop buying? I can't even come up with that on my own. I can't come up with that on my own. I just can't. I can't even think of something that crazy. Um, what should I say? I'm not that smart. He's a smart guy. I'm not smart enough to say crazy things, I guess. Is it that I don't want to? Is it that I just can't bring myself to say it, or is it because I just legitimately can't think? I feel like I could come up with some crazy things to say. Um, we need to stop saying we're going to the moon because we're going down into the middle of the earth. We're digging a hole into the middle of the earth. We're going to the middle of the earth because they're going to burn all the synthetics. They're burning the synthetics, and so we're going down. And I can't do it, guys. It hurts my head. It hurts my head to go there. Um, I just can't do it. All right. No, no, we got to have a serious conversation. This is about digging a hole. We're going down in the bottom of the earth. Ooh. Yeah, you heard me, silly motherfuckers. We're going down in the middle of the earth. Ooh. I can't. I just can't. I can't do it. How do you come up with this stuff? I don't. You don't know how much it pained me to just do what I just did. The synthetic printer is broken at Citadel, and the repairman told you his intel. Uh, I can't even. If I had a joystick in the background, if I just can't. I can't. It's painful. It's painful to go there. Like I feel like I can do a great Beavis and Butthead just because like you can channel your inner raw thoughts, but channeling your inner raw thoughts and then making those raw thoughts like like dumb is the hard part. You know what I'm saying? Like it's cool to say, yeah, like uh chicks are hot, like that's smart, right? Like that's not a dumb thing to say, but if you were to go, uh chicks are ugly. What? No, they're not. Uh I like girls with acne. You know what I'm saying?
You can't. You know, it's like, I mean, I'm just saying, like, you know, I mean, there's no, that was really bad of me. That was really bad of me to say. Girls with acne, they're very beautiful girls, guys. I'm just throwing this out there. There are girls that are beautiful that turn into absolutely gorgeous women when they clear up the younger year acne. But do you see what I'm saying though? Like, I mean, it's the opposite of what a guy's thinking, right? A guy's obviously not thinking like, yeah, I want to, you know what I'm saying. It's just really difficult for me to go there. I love the uh you know that lady who like pops pimples? She's like the Dr. Pimple Popper. I'd like her explode me. You know what I'm saying? It's like that's easy humor. That's easy humor. But, you know, to come in and say something just absolutely uh we should all stop buying because like it'll make the price go up because you know what's the worst that could happen? Actually, that's kind of funny. It's funny. We should take everything that Lou says. We should take everything that Lou says. I'm gonna write. I'm gonna go on to one of his videos. I'm gonna write it down. I'm gonna do a butthead impersonation of Lou, and make butthead say what Lou says, and then actually it might actually be hilarious. Um, that would actually be worth watching. That would be worth watching. Which is probably why he's fun to watch. I ain't gonna lie to you guys. He's fun to watch. ABC took a break and the price went up. Don't make me do it, guys. Don't make me do it. Don't make me go watch one of his videos that I can like write down everything and then just he is fun to watch. It's fun to watch a train wreck. It really is. It's it's humor. It's humor. I don't know. At what point do you draw the line and say like, okay, I can laugh and I think that's funny, but no, it's really getting into your head, you know? Because like legit, Manji, and I'm picking out on you, and and I'm not trying to pick on you because you're not the only one. It's everybody. Everybody comes in here and they go like, well, what's this thing about this, or what's this thing about this that Lou's talking about? And it's just like, guys, come on, come on. You know what I'm saying? Like he's getting in your head. He is so getting in your head. Like let the humor be humor, but draw a line at some point between fiction and humor, right? And fiction and humor and reality and facts, right? Because there's differences. There's differences, and it's fun to cross that line. Like here's that line, right? You got the line right here. I feel like I'm drawing like the mm, you know, but it's fun to cross that line every once in a while. It's like fun to hop over. It reminds me of this is you guys. This is you guys. This is all of us. This is all of us, right? This is every single one of us. This is not when I say you guys, I'm talking about me too. This is all of us. Watch. 43 seconds. This might be it. Hold on. Okay, let me make sure I got my sound up here. This is every single one of us watching Lou. Every single one of us is this guy right here. Or Patrick.
What, Mr. Krabs?
The hooks, me bucko. They're back. Beware the hooks.
The hooks?
Aye, the hooks. They dangle down and draw you close with their pleasing shapes and their beguiling colors. And just when you think you found the land of milk and honey, they grab you by the britches and haul you way up high. Then higher and higher and higher until you're hauled up to the surface, flopping and gasping for breath. And then they cook you, and then they eat you, or worse.
What could be worse than that?
Gift shops.
Don't let it get me, Mr. Crab.
Hold on a second, wait. That's not the clip I wanted. I think I really wanted this one right here.
SpongeBob was on another level, man.
I don't know. I'm looking specifically for the hook part where SpongeBob, Patrick loves hooks. I don't know. If you know what it is, you know what it is, and you've seen it before. But Patrick's like playing with the hooks, right? He's just like, oh yeah, these hooks, they're so cool, right? Like this is all of us. Like we want to see this train wreck, man. We got to see this train wreck, you know? The hooks everywhere. Oh yeah, look, we can play with these hooks all day long. Nothing bad happens here. Oh man. Technical analysis time. We'll get to it, Active Douglas. Let's do it. Krusty Crew. I mean, it is. It's what we're all doing, right? Like when we go and we watch a train wreck, that's what we're doing. We're like watching the guy who's playing with hooks. He's got you hooked. He's got you hooked. All right, let's take a look at our info. Active, welcome back. I haven't seen you in a hot minute, but thanks for reeling me in on that. All right, let's take a look at our numbers here. On the off exchange, we got 55.95 and 13.47. Let's refresh that real quick here. We've got 56.29 and 13.15. So we're looking at 69. Yeah, 69. Nice. Point like 4. 69.4 percent of our total volume being traded into the off exchange today. There's heavy price suppression. Very heavy. Moving over to Ortex, let's update that one. Oh my gosh. Big time returns here. 3.59 million. It was 3.4 or 3.19 an hour ago. That's going to lower the short share interest of the free float to 21.2%. And options. I can tell you guys right now, the returns, seeing the returns is a good thing in my opinion. An hour ago at $20 strike price, there was 17.9 thousand contracts. There's now 19.7. On the put, an hour ago at $18 strike price, there was 7.1 thousand contracts. There is now 8.8. Right now, still signaling like a 19 close for the day today. Struggling to get there though. AMC and GME not on the top 10 list. AMC has been hitting 14th most of the day today. It looks like we've kind of slipped 2 positions. Now in 16th position with 60% buys to 40% sales. Still good buy to sell ratio. Just good. It looks like GME moved up a spot. They have 56% buys to 44% sales. Stonko tracker. Shares loaned in the last hour. Today we've seen a total so far of 5.1 million shares having been borrowed, and it appears that they just have borrowed about 50,000 more shares just recently. So 5.15 million shares having been borrowed for the day today. SSR trigger price is 15.98. The Nasdaq is up 2.06. The Dow Jones is up 1.14. S&P 500 is up 1.43. The market is absolutely launching with 5,751 advancers to 1,775 decliners. The VIX is down 9.42%. IWM is up 2.53. Tesla is up 4.68. Amazon is up 0.62. Cinemark is up 5.4. Doge is up 2.56. Bitcoin is up 3.52. GME is up 5.51. Hood is up 1.09, and AMC is up 5.18. Taking a look at our inflow versus outflow, there's currently a 5 million spread between the two, which is less than it was an hour ago. And total amount of shares having been traded so far, 24.85 million shares. An hour ago, we were on pace for about 37.8 million shares traded for the day. Let's see where we're at now. We're on pace for 35.2 million shares traded for the day today, and I had said somewhere between 30 and 50. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.72. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than, or sorry, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 57.05. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure. That is not true again. More buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 57.68. And on a 5-minute interval, this time it's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 54.43. It does look like we perhaps we drove outside of this descending parallel channel. So I'm going to go ahead and delete that. It still looks like we're on our daily wedge, ascending wedge, which whatever final price it goes up to, it should break out of this, coming down to at least 1840 before shooting back up again. But most of the time when we close out the day, the pattern's pretty much completed and we just trade sideways. So Powell's speaking in an hour. I said Powell. No. Gensler. Gensler's speaking in an hour with Liz Clayman. I'm going to try to stream it if I can. More like protecting the market. Protecting the market. Think of the SEC as like the military, right? Like they're the Canadian police, right? Protecting Trudeau, clearing the streets of the general public. They must be wrong. They must be wrong because, Trudeau's telling them that they need to clear the streets, so they're doing their job. They're protecting the market. It's Gary Gensler was supposed to be talking today. The Fed may be speaking today, but I didn't see that listed. Let me check and see. I don't see anything specifically listed. I could be wrong. Yeah, what I have is the Liz Clayman interview. Max, good to see you again. What about the swap data reporting from February 14th? That was when they were first supposed to be reporting, but I'm not sure where it's being reported at. I haven't seen any reports on any of that information. I know that the ruling was supposed to go into play on the 14th, but I don't believe that anybody is actually. Um, I don't believe anybody's made any ruckus about it at all. I haven't seen anything. I'm looking. I don't see anything. Yeah, I don't see anything here. What the heck? Why do I keep losing? For some reason, I keep losing my Stonko tracker. It's really annoying. I wonder if it's because this other page is open. Hmm. Oh, wait a minute here. It's probably because I drew it. Yeah, that's probably what it is. Okay, so if I drag it when it's watching the video, it doesn't like that because it's on the same page. Got it. So info off. Drag it back over. And still doesn't work. Now it works. Too funny. Oh, whatever. I'm all like trying to help people out so I know of another gentleman who's thinking about starting a YouTube channel, and so I told him, I said, hey, if you ever need any advice or anything like that, or help on starting it, let me know, because I've gone through some learning lessons. So I'm like, yeah, offering an olive branch to try and help somebody out who's trying to start up a YouTube channel, and then here I am struggling myself to just fix stupid basic things. If he ever hopefully he's never watching. He's kind of like, yeah, I don't need help from this guy. They borrowed 5 million early morning just to return them to lower short interest. Well, no, because if they actually return them to, what I would say ABC is that they actually turn them into, or if they return the shares and they're showing up on short, on Ortex as a return. Excuse me. What I would say is that those were actually used, right? So it says return shares 4.01. So what I would suggest is that, what I was saying earlier would hold true, right? Like, so if we saw them borrow 5.15 million, then they're really, really close to basically only having needed only about a million shares to keep the price where it's at, along with the dark pools. So they used the other portion of the shares to um, as loan returns, right? So they lent some to pay some. So then if we go back to the Stonko Tracker should be reporting a much lower number than what there was yesterday for available shares, which it technically is. But not much. There's definitely some effery going on here, guys. I mean, it doesn't, the numbers don't make sense. They really just don't make sense. It's almost like they pull the shares out, right? They lend the shares, and it's almost like they create synthetics out of those in some way or another. And I'm not sure if that's through um, short exempt volume, but somehow they create synthetics out of those loan shares, and then they somehow manage to return almost what it is that they borrowed. They must be using Vanguard's calculator. I mean, it's just like it's this big, amazing, weird game of cookbooks, books that are just like I wish I could look at these books. I can only imagine how much movement. I mean, we can see it. We can see it on our volume, right? You see, when we spike up in volume, we have like 100 million share trade a day. When it's like basically 1/5 of our entire free float. That tells you how much is on the books that has to be moved around to try and complete orders that are backed up. You could post it here, or you could post it wherever, man. Yeah, wherever you want. You could post it on Twitter and link me, or however you choose. Stone says you see a pendant over the last 3 trading days. It's trying to break above. I actually had something So I actually had a descending parallel channel is what I've got that we're trying to break above. But somebody had mentioned that who was it? Who said it? Otto. I think Otto said it. Otto had mentioned a pennant, right? And I said, yeah, it actually kind of looks like it. So you got your 3-day run up, right? On a daily interval, it looks like a 3-day run up of a flagpole, and then you've got your pennant for 3 days. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. The breakout should occur the same amount of time that your flagpole is upwards, right? So technically speaking, the breakout really should have been 1 to the beginning of the 3rd day. So 1, 2. It should have been breaking out at the beginning of today. If it goes a little longer, well, it actually is breaking out of the descending parallel channel. So, but I would expect to see a large breakout, not just a small one, especially for a 6-day pattern like this. Fugazi? Fugazi? What? What the heck is Fugazi? The whole Fugazi incident? I'm so confused now, Doctor. Alright, guys, it's time for me to take a break. I have some place I have to be. I will see you guys at 2 o'clock for our typical toast, and I'm going to try and play the interview with Gary Gensler and Liz. I want to say Claiborne, but it's not Clayman. It's Clayman. Liz Clayman, and we'll end the day together. And so I'll see you guys back here in about 40 minutes. See you guys in a bit. All right, I'm back. I bet you guys liked that little run up we had there, didn't you? I bet you did. Always happens while I'm gone, doesn't it? Never ceases to fail. All right, you know, guys, what time it is. It's time to toast. It's time to toast, and we'll try to get to the Gary Gensler interview here in just a minute. I'm sure it's not going to be like right away. Thanks, Machette. Thank you. So let's toast to a green day that recovered at least portion of the day that we were down yesterday. Well, I mean, as of right now, it's more than, but I don't want to make any assumptions. So to a green day, and we only had a 19% chance of hitting green for the day today, which is pretty low. This looks like a reversal. I like it. Cheers. Let's do a quick run through our numbers here. Let me see if I've got the live stream popping up here. Let's see here. Trying to log into the. I'll take you guys back to the main page here while I'm trying to see if I can't figure out if this will. Hold on one second. Let me take you guys off the mic for just a minute.
With cross currents hitting the tape at the moment.
I'm gonna have to do it this way, guys. It's the only way I can.
Scott Fullman, talk to me about exactly what investors are kind of turning their heads away from when it comes to this Ukraine situation. What do they see that's giving them so much risk-on strength?
So I think it's a twofold scenario today, Liz. First of all, I think because
That's not Gary Gensler.
Are down, people are getting a little bit more confidence to go back in the market. Again, oil is a major contributor to inflation, and that is part of the reason why we've been seeing the PPI and CPI numbers rising so high, because basically everything has to be shipped. Oil goes into many different products. It's a major, whether it's direct or indirect, it's a major contributor to inflation. The other thing is, I think you're seeing a bit of short covering today. Following the declines that we've had, short sellers are taking profits here, especially on that news this morning about the pullbacks on the border of the Ukraine by Russian troops. And I think they got a little nervous here, and they said, you know what? We made some money. Let's cover here, and we'll come back tomorrow and see what happens.
Yeah, coming into the session, that we should tell people oil's still up about 25% year to date. I do want to make this point, though, guys. Natural gas is what is really kind of the proxy for the tensions between the Ukrainians and the Russians. Nat gas is still jumping at the moment. I'm looking at it. We do have it up about 4.5%. There you see it in the aftermarket, $4.39. George Ball, technology is suddenly the darling once again. I mean, what are investors to think? Is it value? Is it growth? Right now, growth obviously outpacing value.
Growth is outpacing value today, Liz. The fangs and the fang pluses, their noses bloody very badly in the last month and a half to 2 months. And so I think this is sort of a Pepto-Bismol rally for tech and for the market. Relief is just a mile away. I'd remind you one historical fact. In 1805, even before my time, the Russians were fighting with the French in Czechoslovakia. Napoleon pretended to pull his forces back and then turned them around and ambushed the Russians, won a great victory at Austerlitz. And I think Mr. Putin, who did train under the KBG, may remember that. So the relief rally is something to be treated with some degree of circumspection, I think.
Well, yes, and you go back to that history and you understand that this guy cannot be trusted. And I can say that because I'm half Russian. But Scott Fulman, let's talk about the opportunities that people should see in the markets. Actually, it was Novo Russia, which is now Ukraine. Yes, I know. It's the history that often I wonder about when it comes to me. But as we look at the possibilities for investment in the fear-driven markets, depending day to day, it's hard to play this. So isn't the best idea for investors to simply sort of dollar cost average, pick the good companies that aren't too expensive and continue to buy them whether the market's up or down?
Well, I think that's always a great strategy, but especially when these stocks right now are on sale here, good opportunity to get in, and still equities still remain the asset class of choice for most investors. They can't go into other asset classes that are not liquid, and there's no other asset classes out there that potentially offer in a liquid environment that offer the opportunity to earn a return that still can exceed the rate of inflation. So it still makes equities really attractive. And the fact is with them being beaten up here and earnings numbers that were fairly good so far for fourth quarter, I think this is still an opportunity to go in and just play for the long term. Find those attractive stocks that you wanted to own before and buy them now. Be aggressive.
Okay, I'm looking at volatility, and it's actually falling, George, down 9.5% for the VIX. And as we look at the markets here, all green on the screen. The transports are still looking strong as well. The Russell, how about that? That's the percentage gainer, 2.6% higher. Do you look at the small and mid caps and say, well, this could be a real opportunity here?
I think there is a good trader's opportunity in the small and mid-cap stocks. They've done terribly this year, Liz. The Russell 2000 is down 10% for the year. So with the relief rally, even if transitory, I think that the very low-price stocks, the cap stocks, are going to do quite nicely over the next couple of days.
Let me tell you something. We really need a...
tensions ease somewhat. I think all at the same time, there's going to be a shift.
It reminds me of a Disney character. I can't think of who.
High and dependable growing dividends. I'll mention the master limited partnerships as one example. You can get a 7.5% yield, well covered and growing. And I think for security, people are going to look at that, and they may try to trade the small caps for a quick bounce rally and then out.
Dividends. That's right. Let's always go back to the dividend plays. George Ball, Scott Fulman, thank you. We do want to remind our viewers, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, President Joe Biden will be speaking on the Russian-Ukrainian situation. We will take it. Stay tuned for that. In the meantime, this breaking news, the Wall Street Journal reports the Securities and Exchange Commission is probing trading firms with links to crypto giant Binance's U.S. arm. Plus, the Reddit rebels' battle against the Wall Street shorts last year set off that meme stock frenzy and subsequent temporary halt that froze out the individual investor. Is an outright ban of payment for order flow the SEC's only answer? Or is there a better solution now? In a Fox Business exclusive, we're about to ask SEC Chair Gary Gensler about Binance, meme stocks. We'll also get Gensler's take on the block trade investigation that's reportedly landed subpoenas at Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley's door. Plus, a spot Bitcoin ETF. What will it take to get the SEC to yes? With the closing bell ringing in about 51 minutes, We do have a major rally on our hands. We don't have fear in this market. The volatility index is falling dramatically. We're coming right back on an extraordinarily busy day and lots of questions for SEC Chair Gary Gensler in a Fox Business exclusive.
All right, we'll come back to it. We're going to run through our numbers real quick here, guys. Take you through them real fast. Alrighty, what do we got here? Off exchange. Really high numbers, 56.29, 13.15. Lowered a little bit to 55.99 and 13.27. Heading over to Ortex, we've got an hour ago there was 3.59 million shares having been returned. It's now 3.58. So hardly any change at all. It's going to raise the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 21.2%. Taking a look at the options. Try to rush through these as fast as I can. No, I forgot to log in. No. Epic failure. Total epic failure on my part. An hour ago, at $20 strike price, there was 19.7 thousand contracts. There's now 23.9. And on the put side of things, at an $18 strike price, an hour ago, there was 10.8 thousand contracts. There's now there was 8.8. Now there's 10.8. Taking you over to the main page. Orders by Fidelity customers. Let's see. AMC and GME not in the top 10. AMC had slipped to 16th. I think we're down to 15th now, so we're looking a little bit better. 59% buys to 41% sales. We slipped underneath my level of comfort. GME slipped one spot, but they have an even worse buy to sell ratio of 54.46. Interesting. Refreshing Stonko tracker. Shares borrowed in the last hour. None. 38.5 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 108.1 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. I said it should have been in the money if I said out of the money on the call options. NASDAQ is up 2.37, Dow Jones is up 1.16, and the S&P 500 is up 1.52. The market is advancing over declining with 5,719 advancers to 1,814 decliners. The VIX is down negative 9.53. IWM is up 2.58. Tesla is up 4.7. Amazon is up 0.73. Cinemark is up 5.96. Doge is up 2.77. Bitcoin is up 3.6. GME is up 7.45. Hood is up 1.95. AMC is down or up 7.58. Our inflow versus outflow is 104 to 95, a 9 million different spread with more outflow than inflow. And our current volume is 3153. I'm not going to tell you what the pace is because it'll take too long to figure out. On our daily interval, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 50.28. Within a 1 hour interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 63.67. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 66.24. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 65.85.
Scrutinizing the relationship between the U.S. arm of Binance, that's the world's largest cryptocurrency exchange, and two trading firms with ties to Binance's founder, Changpeng Zhao. The Wall Street Journal is reporting that the two market maker firms, Sigma Chain and Merit Peak, have been controlled by Zhao, but that those relationships were likely not disclosed to investors or customers. This latest news only adds to the very detailed focus the SEC has been giving to the crypto space, and as the multi-trillion-dollar market for digital money continues to grow, investors eagerly await news on how the SEC plans to regulate it. Let's see if we can find out and get some news here. Joining us now in a Fox Business exclusive, SEC Chair Gary Gensler. Welcome, Chair Gensler. We appreciate you being here.
Good to be back with you, Liz.
Look, I know you don't speak to individual cases, but on this breaking news about Binance, can you tell us why something like a crypto exchange not disclosing relationships with market makers is an issue or would be an issue for the SEC?
So let me take it to a little higher level. Most of the activity in this asset class, as you said, $2 trillion, is happening on centralized exchanges or lending platforms. And you saw yesterday we had an announcement that I can speak about with regard to one of the large lending platforms. And why does it matter if 95% of the activity is happening there? What's important is investors get basic investor protection, protections against fraud and manipulation. And as many of the tokens on these platforms may well be securities, that's where the Securities and Exchange Commission comes in.
Well, you're talking about the BlockFi settlement where BlockFi paying out $100 million for handling or at least putting together, allowing people to park their crypto in an exchange, at least an account for a pretty incredible monthly interest payment. You said that those were unregistered and that they have to register. Is BlockFi now registering? Can you at least give us an update on that?
Well, they entered into a settlement arrangement to do so in a timely way. And importantly, what we found there is that not only was it not complying with what's called the 1933 Act or registration, but also the Investment Company Act of 1940, offering the public returns by pulling those assets and investing those assets, the crypto assets. But we're working with them. We're trying to see if we can get this whole area, these crypto exchanges and lending platforms, inside an investor protection envelope. And then if the public wishes, based upon that, to invest or even to speculate, that's up to the public. But to have the basic protections of protecting against fraud, manipulation, to have disclosure, these are the things that we have in our stock markets, and really important if this technology is going to go anywhere.
Well, I get it, because you want to protect investors, and I truly believe that that's at the heart of what you try and do, but it has been an exponential growth spurt that we have seen. I mean, did you see the Super Bowl, Gary? All of those crypto commercials, they had them calling it the Crypto Bowl.
Well, but just think about this, Liz. In 2005, the advertisements of this Super Bowl were a bunch of mortgage companies like AmeriQuest, which that was right into the 08 crisis. Back in 2000, there were 14 Super Bowl ads about .com companies, many of which went defunct later. So I wouldn't sort of confuse the advertisement with the credibility behind some of this or the viability of these projects.
Well, let me tell you why I'm not. Banks have advertised in the Super Bowl. They've gone under. Certain, drink companies. It's part of sort of the free market, and I understand that this is very much a brand new and nascent investment operation or opportunity for people, but it really feels like it's been a transformational 12 months. I mean, you look at how many people and businesses are choosing to invest in or accept cryptocurrency. So I want to get to the SEC's approval of futures ETFs, Bitcoin futures ETFs. My question to you is this: you've rejected a bunch of offers when it comes to Bitcoin spot ETFs, whether it was Skybridge or all kinds of names. You had Grayscale's application that's being assessed at the moment. You've rejected Wisdom Trees, Fidelity, Krypton. Every single time the SEC cites, you need more to know about how they're going to prevent share manipulation, fraud, and lack of liquidity. What could any of these funds that are dying to get their ETF out there say to you that would get you to yes when it comes to preventing manipulation?
Well, again, I don't want to get ahead of any specific project, and it comes in front of our 5-member commission. But generally speaking, what's really important is these underlying markets, Bitcoin and the other markets, the underlying cash markets, are trading on exchanges, and those exchanges, I continue to say, come in, work with the SEC, register under the securities laws. It's probability weighted, but you've got 75 or 500 or thousands of tokens on your platform, it's pretty unlikely none of them are securities. So we did this working with BlockFi, trying to find a path forward and protect the investors at the same time.
But here's where I get confused. If you're comfortable with a futures ETF on Bitcoin, why are you not comfortable with a spot ETF for the underlying security of the futures ETF?
So let me just walk through a little bit. The staff looked at this very closely over a number of years, actually, and Bitcoin futures that you referenced, trading on the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. That Chicago Mercantile Exchange has had a regulated market since 2017 by our sibling agency, the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, an agency I was once proud to chair. So you should know, I think really well of the CFTC. So that's part of that framework. We don't have that framework for the underlying cash market at this time.
Okay, I want to move on to a lawsuit that the SEC has filed against Ripple XRP. And again, without commenting on specifics, because I know you don't, what's the SEC's theory on certain elements of the crypto world that are considered securities, which would subject them to the SEC's stricter purview, versus currencies which are not held to that kind of purview?
So it's pretty straightforward, actually, is that in the 1930s, after the collapse of the markets and the public getting defrauded, there was a basic bargain, and Congress wrote with a very broad brush the definition of security. And they included like 32 different terms. And amongst those terms, the conceptual framework was the public investing money, anticipating profits on the efforts of others. And the Supreme Court in the 1940s and multiple times since then have had the same approach. My predecessor, Jay Clayton, said it as well as I could say it, that in looking at these tokens, it's rare to find one that isn't doing that. The public is investing, hoping for a profit based on the efforts of some other group.
Okay, but that's with any investment. There is that caveat emptor, buyer beware element to all of the stock market. What confuses a lot of people, Gary, and if you could really clarify here, is, where do you draw the line, the distinction between what is a security and what is an actual currency? Example A, what Ripple did, selling XRP to build out its underlying blockchain network, no different than example B, Ethereum floating an ICO, a coin offering to help its underlying Ethereum blockchain. There is no difference, a lot of people say.
So Liz, you started by saying you weren't going to ask me about specific cases. And so if I can help the audience.
Example B.
Yeah, but I help the audience know that it's not, I'm not really allowed to talk about specific cases, but it's pretty straightforward. Raise money from the public, as you say. We have a basic bargain of full and fair disclosure and anti-fraud protections, and you register with the government agency called the Securities and Exchange Commission. And that's really what we're trying to do, is help continue with that basic bargain. We're technology neutral. If people want to invest or speculate in this field, then these tokens and, most importantly, the platforms, the trading and lending platforms, come in, register, do it within the law, not trying to skirt the law.
Okay, we've got so much more to talk about. I do want to quickly ask you about payment for order flow. This, of course, was an issue that came to the forefront during the meme stock craze a year ago, January. The question became, is it a conflict of interest? On the one hand, I do get that there are people who look at this situation and say, well, wait a minute, brokers are getting, are getting paid by market makers just so that individual investors can have free commission trades. On the one hand, it is helpful to the market, but is an answer to ban payment for order flow, Gary, or simply solidify disclosures so that investors can make their own decision about whether they want to pay a commission and not deal with a market maker?
So we're looking at the SEC as to how to facilitate and drive greater efficiency in this market so investors get a better deal. Payment for order flow, as you mentioned, is a payment between a broker that the broker receives for your order flow, and there are inherent conflicts of interest there. We're looking at how we can ensure greater competition. When you place a market order in the U.S., a market order at a retail platform, well over 90% of those trades go straight to the dark market, to a wholesaler that bought that order flow rather than competing trade by trade. And that's what we're trying to think through under the authorities we have.
Sounds like there are a lot of open.
They're going to commercial break. Is that it? Oh man, that was weak. I don't know. I feel like that was a weak interview. Well, there you have it, guys. No, I don't know what kind of news. It's mostly crypto talk. Is Gary laying the pipe? Good old Gazer Beam Gary. Good old Gazer Beam Gary. Well, I feel like Ronald Reagan. Well, Nancy. You know what, guys? I grew up in the I grew up in the Reagan administration. My dad worked for Ronald Reagan. I miss him. I don't know. I remember as a child, he wasn't that loved. He wasn't that loved as a president back then. But man, I'll tell you what, I really miss Ronald Reagan. We need somebody like Ronald Reagan back. We really do. I don't know. You know, I don't know. I told my kids one time. I said, if you're gonna vote for a president, if you're gonna vote for a president, look for the next great president. The next great president is gonna be somebody who says that we need to invest in the infrastructure of the United States of America. Why? Because it's crumbling everywhere you go. Everywhere you go, the infrastructure of the United States of America is crumbling. When you consider the technological advances that we have right now, and you look at what you have around you, the roads you drive on, the electricity grids that you live in, the way that you get your power is generated. The next president who's really going to lead this country is going to be somebody who says the infrastructure of this country has to be worked on, and we're going to make changes. Perhaps like a Herbert Hoover kind of person. Hoover Dam. He cared about the infrastructure of America. So that's just my opinion, infrastructure. Yeah, I know, but Donkey Kong. Well, really what he said was, I'm just going to drain the swamps. That's really what he said. I don't remember if he said that he was going to work in the infrastructure, but so yeah, I don't know. I'm just telling you, the next great president that we're going to have is going to say something about that. The next great president that we have is going to be somebody who, okay, so let me change what I'm saying. The next great president isn't just going to be somebody who says that they're going to do it, but it is going to be somebody who actually does it. There you go, guys. There you go. I corrected it. Well, good old Gazer Beam Gary. It was fun having you on the show, but it is time to say goodbye. That way we can rip. I'm not trying to start a political war in here. I'm just saying, yeah, I'm starting one. I didn't mean to turn it political. I'm sorry. Forgive me, guys. Let's not talk politics. Hold up. Stop. Let's not talk politics here. We're all on the same side. Remember, we're all on the same side. We're in this for MOASS. we we need MOASS. No, Joe, you missed it, but it wasn't worth rewatching. But he really just talked about cryptocurrency, and that was about it. Nobody would vote for me, Bobby. Nobody would vote for me. Take care, Joe. Don't have a good night. Have a great night. It's not really about America first, Doctor. It's more because I really believe that there's more than just the infrastructure that needs to be fixed in the United States. There's a lot more than that. There really is. In fact, I wasn't a big, huge Obama fan, but let me tell you what I do believe in. I do believe that America has to take a step back before the rest of the world can take a step up. And America needs to realize that in order for America to grow, we have to start propping up everybody else around the entire world. As a leader, because that's what we are. As a leader, we really have to take a step back and say, I don't want more, right? You need to say, how do we help everybody grow? How do we help everybody grow who's around us so that we can grow ourselves? Because if you're just constantly focusing on growing just yourself and everybody else is failing all around you, guess what happens when everybody else around you wants what you have, right? And if you help and you take time as a country to try and build other countries up or help them to be better, then that's what you get. You get what you surround yourself with, right? So surround the people who are around us. We need to surround them with growth. So I don't know, but we do need to work on our infrastructure here in the United States for sure, 100%. Oh, Chan Chan, I'm gonna show what it is you wrote. I want to. Chan Chan wrote, "I'm Canadian. Trudeau sucks." It says, "Oh, I'm sorry. It's not. It's not Chan Chan. It was Dan Chen. My apologies, Dan. I extremely apologize. I'm gonna say it was the beer talking. I read that as Chan Chan for some reason. I don't know why. Oh yes, I understand what you're saying, Doctor. But you can have. It is possible to focus on multiple things, right? It is possible to grow yourself up from the inside, but also help the people who are around you. It's not. It doesn't have to be about just doing one thing, right? That's what I do with ADD, and I know it's like sick, right? With ADD, all I want to do is just one thing, right? But it's not healthy. You have to have growth everywhere. You can't just grow just one spot. You can't just water one spot. You have to water the whole garden. The whole garden has to get sunlight. Everything needs to grow together. If just one spot grows, everything else suffers. Oh, Nosa, Nosa. I'm not gonna go there. I talked about it earlier today, Nosa. You're not the first person to ask me. All I'm gonna say, Nosa, and I know who the other individual is um, what you put in your head is what you put out. What you put in your head is what you put out. Put the good stuff in your head. Don't. What do you think about it? What do you think about it? You've heard some clown in the YouTube saying that they were deleting from the books the whole synthetic out there and blah blah blah. What's your take on it? What's your take on it? What is your educated opinion? Because my opinion is no better than yours. I promise you. I promise you. Anthony, I'm showing what it is you're writing. I don't know, for some reason this YouTube started blocking some things people are saying. You know, and that's it's so true, Anthony. But see, we're turning this into political things. You remember what I said about integrity the other day? You know, integrity is doing what it is. It's doing what you say you're going to do. That's integrity. Integrity. Integrity Farms. You either have it or you don't. You know who has it. You know who doesn't. Craig says, hello, I'm new to your channel, wondering what the Fed's decision was. We didn't have, I didn't, we weren't listening to the Fed, so if there was a Fed, let me just check here and see if there was a Fed announcement. I didn't see one. But as far as their emergency meeting, we have not heard anything from that at all. Yeah, I don't see anything. Press releases today by the Federal Reserve Board announces approval of application by Origin Bank, and Fed Reserve Board announces termination of enforcement action. That's the only two things that I see on their press release. I'm gonna watch it, Doctor. I will watch it. I saw it when I went on break, but I was doing something else at the time. He said, uh, he said head. I don't think Trump. Well, I don't know, man. I see a big difference between Trump and Reagan. I think Reagan said what he meant, and he completely. I don't know, man. When Reagan said he was going to do something, he did it. I feel like there's a lot more integrity there. That's just my opinion. You don't have to agree with me. We can still be friends. And by the way, who said that they were new? Craig, welcome to the channel. We have a good family here. I kind of started a little something. I started a little political debate going on in the community. We're all friends here. Believe it or not, even though we may have political differences, the one thing that we do see in common is that we all want this to save this company and to see a squeeze happen. So even though I started a little bit of a political debate, ignore it. It'll go away. They're short-lived. Nosa, he said we should stop buying. Then he all told us to buy on a certain day. He's Nosa, don't fill your head with garbage. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. I know it's fun to watch, but like learn to compartmentalize your fun and your serious. Compartmentalize those things and don't. It's cool that you want to jump over that line, put your foot over there and be like, "Ha, yeah, I teased my foot across that line," or you see the candle with the flame, and you're like, "Woo, woo, yeah, yeah." See, I didn't get burned. I didn't get burned. Woo, or maybe you're jumping through a campfire. Like, yeah, you just jump through the campfire. But then there's that one kid. There's the one kid, who doesn't compartmentalize as well, and he jumps a little too early and he falls in the pit. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't compartmentalize those things. There's fun listening, and then there's real data, hard facts, stuff that makes sense. Keep them separate. Keep them separate. I'm not telling you don't watch. I'm just saying keep it, know what's funny and know what's not funny. ABC says this is my escape from political BS. Yeah, I don't want this to be a political place where we come here to uh, bash one party or the other. I don't see us as that. I don't see us as that at all. I see us as a very healthy community. I'd like to keep it that way. So it was my mistake to bring up the politics. It was really my mistake. Anthony, I still want to know the answer to the last joke. I never got to see the answer to how do you season a stick it note. But Anthony's got a joke for us. He says, "Hey, what works better, a paper shredder or should I just flush?" I don't get it. I'm gonna say just flush. Uh, no, paper shredder and then burn. Paper shredder and burn. Buck, I love it. I love it. But today we talked about knowing your five whys, and I want you to take it 4 steps more than what you just said right there. Why? So number one, your number one reason is my kids and I love going to the movies, and I read the company was in trouble, so I invested in it. Why did you do that? Answer that question. When you answer that question, ask a why. Answer that question. When you answer that one, ask another why. And their last why is your fifth why. Why are you doing what you're doing? Know why you're here. I think you might come down to the same conclusion that I came to. I think you'll understand. I'm trying to prepare you guys because pretty soon people are going to start asking you questions. Why are you in this play? What is it that you saw about this, and why should I be buying into it too? Know your whys. If you don't know your whys, there's no reason that you're going to be able to convince anybody else that they should be a part of this. And I'm not telling that you need to. You absolutely do not need to. It's their money, it's their choice. But if they ask you questions, you should be ready to give good answers. Because if you don't have good answers, then how in the world could you possibly know why you're in this? So you better have those answers ready. They're coming. No, I know you weren't calling me out, ABC, but I still feel like I went down the wrong path. Hey, you keep coming back. Penis, you keep coming back, man. I love you too, man. No homo. It's okay if you are, though. I'm alright with that. I'm cool with it. Just saying. Just not me. JP's like, let's go. JP's like, 53. Oh, Pebbles wants to know Oh, I have an itchy booger request. We need to look at the itchy booger request. I appreciate you too, Doctor. Itchy booger. Let's take a look at the itchy booger. We'll start with the 1 hour. For those of you who don't know, it's an inside joke. Itchy booger is really the Ichimoku cloud. We're just trying to be funny here. Having some fun and games with our charting. Ichimoku cloud. It is a day trader indicator. Ooh, look at that one. Oh, Pebbles. Pebbles likes that itchy booger. Look at that. The conversion line crossed over the baseline. We are outside the top. We broke down through the green cloud, back up through the green cloud. That's looking very bullish. Very, very, very bullish. Our lagging line is above the price line. We are outside of the cloud. This looks very, very bullish right here. I love this. This is this candle right here, approximately at 1530 or thereabouts, would have been a buy indicator for swing traders, day traders. This is a buy signal right here, 100% buy. Let's move to the 4-hour. Oh, yes, there it is again. We have price above. Okay, so price came down here. What I want to say is the first really good buy signal would have been back here on the 9th. However, they hit a sell signal right here on the 10th. The question is whether they would have sold there or if they would have waited to see what was going to happen. In this particular case, the baseline is starting to kind of creep up here to meet the conversion. But if price continues to run, we could see more buyers coming in here. The question is will the lagging line meet up? We'll see this lagging line meeting up with the price line come Friday. So the question becomes are the day traders going to be looking at the 1-hour or the 4-hour chart on this right now? So, but as it stands right now, it's still a buy. It's still a buy. It is above it is technically above the baseline and the conversion line. There are some warning signs here. There's definitely some warning signs here, but it's very kind of iffy-ish. If price can continue, if we can close out the price, let's see, where we're at right now, probably won't be as iffy. The futures are looking green. That would probably keep them in. Looking pretty bullish. Thank you for bringing that up, Pebbles. You know, sometimes, you know, this is again why I love community. You guys know that I get sidetracked very, very easily, and you guys can reel me in anytime you want to. And I don't know why this thing is trying to filter people's messages. I'm okay, MG. I promise. I'll be all right. I've had worse things said to me my entire life, so it's gonna take a much bigger penis than that to get to me. Just saying. Just saying. They keep coming back for more. It's got to tell you something. It's because I treat them right. If I didn't treat them right, they wouldn't be coming back for more. I found Trey's mic. WM, have a great day. No. Don't have a good day, WM. Have a great day. JP, don't have a good day. Have a great day, sir. I hope your day was pleasantly busy. Work is a good thing. Pretty close. Let's zoom back out here and see somebody who said that. Richard said, "Isn't this where we touched yesterday?" 1936 was yesterday, so we're actually higher than that right now. And as it stands, if I get rid of this Bollinger Band right here, we are definitely creeping up on breaking out of this ascending broadening wedge, which would be pretty incredible to see have happen. I don't think I've ever seen that with this stock. Not since I've been doing the show. Why are you guys all leaving early? Uh-oh, my mom said, working all morning. Did you already talk about what's wrong with the volume? Did I already talk about why it's low, you mean? Nobody's selling. Somebody's going to have to sell before the volume starts spiking. Casey, no kitchen sink. Do you think they are trying to slowly buy market tanking in the last couple of days help them? I actually don't know what movie that's from, Doctor Anthony. I don't, I still think there's a kitchen sink, man. I think the question is when are they going to throw it though? I think they're going to throw it at the right time. Um, Imagine this for a moment, right? If you were in their shoes, would you want to buy these shares with a cost of borrow that's like super high, or would you want to buy it when it's super low? Right? So it could have been that they were hoarding the shares or the kitchen, quote unquote, kitchen sink, saving those shares for a rainy day, supposedly. Like for them, it would be a rainy day. For us, it'd be like sunshine and rainbows and uh, beer and rocket to the moon and moon shoes and all kinds of crazy stuff. Oh, the Three Amigos. I love those guys. I don't know. I'm not sure who's my favorite out of the three. Um, Chevy Chase, maybe. Getting close to the end of the day here. Pretty sure they're going to try and wrap this up. Who guessed price today? Over 19. Oh, you bastards. Every single one of you guys guessed over 19 bucks. The only person who's at risk at not getting a point at this point right now is Monty. He's got 1933 for the high, which we're just slightly above. Keto, his high was 25, 20.5. Eric had 21, and I had 22. El Guapo. My dad used to tell a joke. He told it back in the 80s. It's probably like not cool to tell anymore. I can't tell the joke. Yeah, I can't tell the joke. It's probably not funny now. Isn't that weird? Isn't it weird how like a joke that would have been like really, really funny like 20 or 30 years ago, like you wouldn't dare tell it now? It's kind of weird how that works out. I remember, I remember, nah, never mind. It's weird. It's weird how over time, um, things change, but people still kind of don't. I don't know. Whatever. 9.5% run on no volume. Don't forget they, like I've said before, guys, price moves up and down easily based off of low volume. It's not that. Well, my dad told when the joke really isn't that. I mean, it's not racist. It's just it probably just wouldn't be as funny today as it was back in the 80s. I don't know. Humor's different. You know what I mean? It's just kind of like I'll tell you one of my jokes from when I was younger. Well, see, now this one is derogatory. Do you guys remember the Pollock jokes? There used to be Pollock jokes back in the day. Then most of the Pollock jokes turned into blonde jokes. So they just got rehashed, but instead of being called Pollock jokes, it ended up being blonde jokes. And then now I don't know what they are, but it's the same jokes. It's just they attach some new. Well, actually, now nobody says the jokes anymore because they're too. They offend people. Besides, I couldn't possibly tell this joke in 30 seconds. So maybe I'll save my dad's joke for another day, but I promise you guys, you won't laugh. I think it's funny because I remember it as a kid when my dad would tell it and we thought it was all funny back then. But I'm pretty sure you guys aren't going to laugh. But we'll try it out. We'll try it out sometime. Yeah, see? ABC, that's exactly man, I used to tell Polish jokes all the time and I go like, I never even knew anybody who was Polish when I was younger. I don't know why their jokes even existed. It didn't make sense. I used to play a game called Smear the Queer. I had no idea what the hell that meant when I was playing it as a kid. And then one day my mom heard me playing it, and she's like, "You can't say that. You can't say that." I was like, "What?" We had no idea what the heck we were saying. It was just a name of a game. I honestly had no idea what that meant. But anyways, guys, it is time of the day. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. That may have just blasted you guys all the hell. Okay, no, it didn't. All right, sorry. Eat, sleep, drink. Tomorrow's another day. It's going to be a good day, hopefully. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, spend time with your kids, spend time with your pets, spend time with somebody, or just spend time with yourself. But whatever you do, don't just have a good day. Have a great day.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Stress on shuttles and fixed booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discoveries on board computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and estimate.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
Who's watching? Tell me who's watching? Who's watching me?
I'm just an average man with an average life. I work from 9 to 5. Hey, hell, I pay the price. All I want is to be left alone in my average home. But why do I always feel like I'm in the twilight zone? And I always feel like somebody's watching me, and I have no privacy. Oh, I always feel like somebody's watching me. Tell me, is it just a dream? When I come home at night, I break the door real tight. People call me on the phone, I'm trying to avoid. But can the people on TV see me, or am I just paranoid? When I'm in the shower, I'm afraid to wash my hair, 'cause I might open my eyes and find someone standing there. People say I'm crazy, just a little touch, but maybe showers remind me of psychic. That's why I always feel like somebody's watching me, and I have no privacy.
Liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for recommissioning beyond.
Who's playing tricks on me? I always feel